by luck or by chance, and that is a blessing to have that understanding. So I often have to remind myself of that when things go astray and they don't go. He wrecks my plans and he crushes them. No matter how much I make a plan, I can make many plans and he'll make sure that he destroys those. So my life's an example of that right now. So that's the way it should be. The world is not our playground. This is the Demonion Distributor Fortunes playground. So that should be quite obvious. Who's your master while you're here in this flesh? You can't serve two. And what's your B plan? You know, that's what I entitled. I ever thought when this day I'd be able to be closer to my son, to be able to try to help him and protect him, and that's not how Father has it planned for me, obviously. So I hope you have a B plan, because your plan probably won't work a lot of the times. You need to have maybe even a C, or see your way out of there. Like, leave, don't make, no resistance, meek, not weak. So wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove. How about that? So wings of an angel. So hypersonic ballistic missiles. This is the time. There was seven countries they're going to take over in the Middle East. And now they're there. Now this is the time that, I've been doing this for a long time, for decades. I've had my head in the game, skin in the game. I don't let anybody tell me what I can or not look at. I look at all sides. You're not going to make me choose what kind of music I like, what kind of taste of food I like, what I like. That's not, my will is not my own. So I know Father makes me that way. And it's probably why I live alone. Not that I can't live with people. I'm a little bit militant, if you will. So not in all things. I'm a guy that can, on the spot, float like a butterfly, sting like a scorpion, the scorpizzo. So just the way he made me. I can't help it. But it's not about me. It's about, how about you? You got a B plan? You got a C plan? You got a way to see your way out of here? What are you doing for afterlife? What's your plan for after you leave this meat suit? Because it's not who you are. If I know Father, he always saves the best for last. The wedding feast of the lambs, Shiloh, the harper's harp. So I have to remind myself, this is a very trying time for the whole wide world. You might want to get with the news, north, east, west, and south on this rock as we walk here. There's a lot going on. People just go to sleep, and I'm not saying that it's meant for everybody to look at. Some people can't even afford to pay attention, let alone have an extra minute to seek any bis knowledge. So therefore, working 9 to 5, the whole punching the clock and the time wheel. And so I give thanks that Father has given me many plans, and that I'm out in the air. I'm not away. I'm not in a town. I don't want to be in town. I don't want to be near people. I don't want to be near, not that I won't deal with people. I just don't, you want to be in a microwave. That's what cities are now. They're microwaves. All that towers, and they put up all those towers. I know I go into town, my teeth rattle and grind and buzz, and my air is just, you're used to it. You live in the soup, the electronic soup. I don't live near that soup. So you get used to it. So look at all those people fleeing Iran. You know, there's just so much going on right now. It's hard to believe that this is all held together, but this is the way Father wrote it, exactly the way he wrote it. Every jot and every tittle will come to pass for that great and dreadful day of the Lord, and that is the seventh shofar, the wedding feast of the lambs, where the dead are raised from the ashes and the dust. That is judgments, when this all will pass through the book, and all will be revealed, and no one will escape. Those books are not for all. All will pass through the book of judgments. So there's 3 books, but nobody can escape the book of judgments. I don't care what your faith is. I don't care who you are. Animals don't need judged, so dogs don't go to heaven. Disney likes to mock, religious idiots, so they don't sin. An animal can't sin. So, but the dead, humans, not no such thing as aliens. Remember, I don't do aliens in this channel. There's no space farce. We don't do if it's not scripturally aligned, then we will not we won't have it. If it doesn't say it in the scripture, then you need to depart from here. See, that's why I can't blend with society with all their space balls, and it's not aligned with scripture. And he said, come out of her, my people. So if it doesn't align with the text or definition, the aletheia, then I reject it, because I've fallen and short of the truth in the word, and still am seeking a constant seeking of that Ruach HaKodesh, the Holy Ghost, the Holy Spirit that's inside of me, that if I just spend time with him, he'll spend time with his word. He reveals the word to me. That's how he speaks to me. He doesn't speak as, some voice inside my head, that Jiminy Cricket's conscience, yeah, right. There's no such thing as a conscience either. You don't have a conscience, like I just said. Ruach HaKodesh, Holy Spirit, Holy Ghost, that's within inside the bride. So people have self-will inside their head. They're not doing Father's will. And who am I to say, who has that voice that's like a nagging thorn in the side of your, right there, that just won't go away. That's God. That's the Father. That's the one that won't leave you alone, that wants you to change something, and he's telling you, but you won't listen to it. So there's no such thing as a Holy Ghost, like a conscience Jiminy Cricket. That nonsense, those people, or then they're going to start believing in demons, and then they go down that rabbit hole. The old, remember the clock, the rabbit with the clock. So little Alice in Wonderland. These people live in their age of wonders. Remember, that's what golden age of wonders. So what's your B plan? I can tell you right now that the magnetosphere has failed. There's no doubting that. And that's what they're getting ready for, this celestial event that will take down the modern day grid system. Your microwave, if you live in a city, you're going to get turned to dust. It says your enemy will be ashes under your feet. So I'm pretty sure I'm not a foolish man, and I paid attention to this grid system. And I know the last time we had a Carrington, event that took, down the system of the grid, we only had telegraph. And even at the time, the operators, some of their hands and heads, because the headsets were burnt, and those things were still sending out telegraphs when they'd unplugged them. So everybody's all plugged up, locked into, what happens when one of those transformers pops? You ever seen one of those things and rocks that energy right down the line? Those cities are going to turn to dust. I don't care how much ashes you got. Well, maybe another Blind 11, event where it's just free fall speed, baby. Like dropping 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. So it's efficient, right? Hallelujah. The sound, the horn, well, that last ram's horn shall sound, the final trump, if you will. And blessed day for only gas. That day is very few people. Father does not love everybody. He only loves his bride. People think that this, because he said all flesh, that meant everybody. The Father doesn't love everybody. He hated Esau. This is about an inheritance. He stole Nimrod's inheritance, and that's, people are a bunch of Nimrods. Is what they are, a bunch of Satanists. All these religions are Satan. The adversary is what Satan is. They add a jot. You're a Satanist. You're a demon if you tell somebody else that lie. A demon's not somewhere in the sky or somewhere in your head. A demon is a distributor of fortunes or lies to others by definition. But nobody will define anything anymore. They're not refined or defined. He said we must be refined. It's like a press, like a wine press, but they're a bunch of, mix that sweet leaven, sin, that sweet Jesus, this other, she, they, them, Booby Jesus, as I think Connection put in the thing, or other people can't even have a conversation. The God with breast, the one Trump has his house decorated with, and nobody gives a flying hoot. Moloch, get it? Throw your kids in the fire. Krampus, eat your kids. Santa, Satan Claus. So they can't tell the difference between who's Satan and a demon, or they think there's such thing as angels in the sky and angels with wings. They don't even know what an angel is. I'm an angel. Pastor Revelation. I minister this apocalypse day after day. We are in the writers of the, yes, Revelation today. The firmament declared that you would know the difference between an angel and a cracker Booby Jesus. Angelos is the word messenger. Messenger is an angel. Christ visited John at the island of Patmos, and he gave, remember, John, not the Baptist, there were two, didn't know what to do with that John, right? So he can give him that Revelation 12. Remember, the great sign in the firmament of the Virgin, clothed with the sun. I'm a Magi. A Magi is somebody who can celestially give you the firmament markers from past into the future, now in the present day. Age. You know which age we're in? People live in the age of Fomahawk, deception, water. Pisces, the fish. They don't know the age, nor do they know the difference between their Sex Pistol, cracker, everybody, let me see your hands up. Let me see your Decamai Jesus. Their Antichrist Jesus. At the island of Patmos, remember, given that sign, and then 13. Revelation, the dragon, the great red dragon with 7 heads and 10 horns. These people are foolish. Religious idiots. 923 executive orders, going to put them in work camps, just like World War II, because they're doing this sun god Yule wheel worship, like those 2 thieves that are hanging on that crown right there in front of your face. Well, it's Booby Jesus. It's way too blurry. Well, warning, he said, idols, things you see in the dirt, little statues, little tall things that are 58 stories, little things that, and imagery, things you see and things you see in the dirt. Bam! Those will be those 2 witnesses that he said, like thieves that hang right there on that. He didn't hang on a cross. He never carried a cross. Nobody carried a cross. They stretched him back so he couldn't breathe. It's a torture. That's what they did, so he couldn't breathe. What do you think all these I can't breathe rituals you've been going through for the last country minute? I can't breathe, like George Floyd, or like Eric Carpenter, he was selling cigarettes outside of that, store. Crush. I can't stand on the X, go inside, flatten the curve, put on your face diaper. My plans are to stay in the Word. He said, come out of her, my people. Do not partake in unfruitful works of darkness. Rebuke them with light. If somebody's in the broad way, Broad is the way that leads to the wide gate that leads to hell. Show them to the narrow way. Show them to the light. Put that light at the top of your house. He said, not like pride to shine above others. Nope, not Aaron and Levite, but Jews and Gentiles under this covenant. All flesh, not everybody. Father doesn't love everybody. He hated Esau. He stole his inheritance there, Nimrod. Remember, Nimrod was his brother Moloch, Satan, the adversary, the one Donald Trump has his house decorated with. No, I'm not religious. I rebuke religion. Bring any one of your religions here. I'll crush them with the aletheia, the truth. They do not have any aletheia. None. Like priests, meat. You know, what kind of meat do they eat? None. Get it on Sunday? None. Masse is the eating of human flesh. Flesh. Masse. M-A-S-S-E. Christ Mass. Yule wheel worship. The worshiping of the svasti. This is your Masse Jesus, your cracker Jesus. Birthed in the middle of the winter in the manger. Baby manger Jesus. Your manger, your Jesus has got mange because he's beast. Bestiality. They have a sex ritual right here. Remember, this is Samhain. But don't worry about your 923 executive orders that 44th regime passed. Executive Order 11004 allowed to put you into Walmart work camps. But don't listen to me. That can only happen under a national emergency. But don't worry about it. Everything's good. Everything's awesome. Team America. Blind 11. Revelation 9:11 says they have a king over them. The messenger. The word angelos in Greek is the word messenger. That's the definition. If you'll define anything comes out of your pie hole with your American pie band camp Nimrod. Jesus, cracker Jesus, birthed in the middle of the winter. God of 3, G3, yes, beast, man, and woman. Take that. Your sex pistol, birthed in the middle, December 25th, Jesus. Catholicism, the deadly head wound that was healed in Scripture, that Constantine thought he was going to lose his empire to those people that were worshiping Baphomet, Baal, sun god, right? And tree gods. These are Moloch, Esau's brother, Nimrod. You don't pay attention. I rebuke all these religions. They're idiots. They go after that other Jesus. Paul warned of it. He himself, Christ, which is a pagan term, he's anointed in oil. He said, many Jesus, many Christ. So he coming like this red leotarded little spandex Jesus over here, little horny devil Jesus. There's no such thing as the word devil. There's no such thing as the word Shem. That's what the word, it says Shem. Do you read anything? Remember, Noah had 3 sons, Ham, Shem, and Japheth. Shem meant Aleph. He said, I am the Aleph, or the leader, the ox, the authority. You speak some other Jesus, some other gospel that Paul warned of, and Christ warned of many. So is this little leotarded red kitty devil over here? Or what about this white devil over here? One with the halo, the crown, like the serpent. Anytime you see a halo around, that's the Ouroboros. That's time overlapping itself. Yeah. Or like a twist, like the 8, if you will. Yes. You got eyes to see, or you one of these Illuminati? He said the eye is the lamp of the body. It's supposed to be single, right? Not none of this. Notice Mr. Warp Speed and World War III. Jesus will save us on Obamacare. No, that's funny. You can't be saved. You're an idiot. No such thing as being saved. Yeah, there we go to a comment strip. Thank you there, JC. That's a good comment. I appreciate that. So, yeah, the infinity. Two. Think about 2 infinities, 2 times overlapping themselves. As is above, so is below. Good and evil overlapping themselves. Time overlapping themselves. You can't pay attention, can you? It's okay. You don't die if you're eternal. You die to flesh. Death is a doorway, and time is something you don't know anything about. You think time is on a clock. To infinity and beyond. There we go. You're so broke you can't pay attention. Charlotte, that sucks, man. I know, because look they tax you. You got a federal and a state. You got a gross and a net, and it'll make you sick. By the time you drive home, you get taxed on your gas. If you call the lady or the Oh, the husband, you're getting taxed on that phone. You get taxed on trash bill. Oh, my gosh. Freedom, da-dum-dum-dum. These people are a bunch of idiots. They allow their women to be drafted in America, a bunch of Americans. No, they're America. I American. So my dad used to tell me that, Michael. He did. He used to tell me, all you have to do, what he said, is eat, sleep, pay taxes, poop, and die. But my dad was a Satanist. He killed him. My dad dressed as Satan. My dad was Satan Claus, and Christmas killed my dad. So I'm not much more for these celebrations. You know, I was the Grinch growing up. What's wrong with you? Well, Christmas killed my dad. So shut up. So, but that's what you get for celebrating pagan ritual, right? The orgy, cracker Jesus birthed in the middle of the manger in the middle of the winter. Remember, there were three men. Remember, there were wise men. These men, they were looking up at the celestial markers in the sky. They said it would be signs in the Matthew moves and the stars, sun, and moon. It says that in Genesis, right? Signs in the stars, sun, and moon. This celestial marker that was birthed the age from 3 BC is what I have marked up here. Look at this, right here. Oh, hey, move around there. See this star marker right here. That's why I'm a MAGA. I was given the gift of celestial eyes, spiritual eyes, biblical and scriptural eyes. I've been studying this for as long as I've been on this rock. I don't do this world. So anyways, this conjunction right here, important it is, in 2 and 3 BC, this celestial conjunction, we left the age of fire where Father required blood, war, sacrifice, have sex with your sister, be fruitful, multiply, eye for an eye. Somebody could break in your house, you go break in his house, kill his brother, tooth for a tooth. That's old law. He blotted out in the book of Colossians 2 and 14. What's written on tables of stone is now sprinkled out and blotted with the blood of the Lamb on fleshy tables of our hearts. But back at this time, God required blood, war, sacrifice, fee, fine, ritual. Remember, I don't do no stupid religion, okay? So when we saw this birth of the king and the morning star, hello, that was the star David. He was from the house of David. Do you know any of the lineage? See, I rebuke these people. They won't pay attention to nothing. That's all right. Somebody said they can't concentrate. Orange juice or like O.J. Simpson, the guy that went down with the Bronco. But anyways, pay attention. Focus. So between 2 and 3 BC, remember, there would be signs in the stars. So this was this Magi. There were not 3 Magi. There were many Magi. You call them wise men. They were called Magi. And when they were looking up at that star conjunction, we passed a whole age. What do you know? You want to be looking up at these celestial star markers in the firmament because they're left there. It's called a clock. And I want to let you know, you can't go into the clock. Nothing is coming out of the clock. You're not going to the clock, you Babylonian. You sound like Stinky Muskrat, like he's going to go to Mars and he can't even, you can fart and smell it on the moon. You can't even see the dark side. Why do we only see one side of the lunar phase? Anybody want to explain that? I'm a reconstructionist. Let's talk about those. Well, there's shapes. They're like circles, you know. What do they call that? An impact site. Is that what went on the moon? I'm a reconstructionist. I'm a prior veteran, a prior law enforcement pig, you know, tyrant, all that. But that would have meant that it would have had to come, whatever hit that moon would have had to hit those craters. Hello, focus. Craters on the moon. You need an A through X plan. Okay, but remember, Caleb, there's good to make plans, but Father will probably destroy them, so good for you. Oh my God, holy crap. We'll do something about it. I got TP for my bunghole. You know? Well, that's a good plan. All right, Caleb's got some TP for his bunghole. Not going to be down there fighting somebody for the last roll of toilet paper. Caleb's on it. He's got TP. He got an A through TP through their bunghole plan. Good stuff, guys. Mass and resident don't exist. Only infinite now. And there's one below. There's no, there's no above, and you can't go to the sky. So let's not anybody tell me you're going. If you're one of these Sky Daddy Jesus and you got a Sky Daddy God, will you leave now? Get out of here, you Christian idiot. You're a Satanist. I follow the word. I know the celestial markers in the sky markers, right? Stars above your head. You think you're going to the stars. You sound like some Babylonian, you know, slime creatures from outer space. They get to tell me you're flying around in saucers. Chips, space boats. Here we go around in circles. You don't know anything about the ether. You don't know anything about You don't. You don't know anything about these camps. You don't know anything that's below your feet, out of sight, out of mind. You know how much stuff is below your feet? For thousands of years, there are literally cities underneath our feet. The chasms. Nobody ever wants to talk about that because they can't see it on these surface dwellers, right? So it's okay. They don't know where the 10 Commandments were taken, and they don't understand this world. They think there's stuff in the sky. Sky! There's aliens! I've got proof of Bigfoot because Chewbacca had Wookiee with an Ewok, because it says that in the scripture, right? I got proof of big feet. Foot. How many? 1, 2. March left, right. Get your right out of here, soldier. You take yourself somewhere else. No big feet, no aliens in here. We don't do slimes, creatures from outer space. Where in scripture does it say? The word Nephilim means bully. So don't start telling me giants are falling out of the sky. That's Tesla tech. That's been around for thousands of years. They had a car in the 1800s that could go 1,000 miles on a single charge. A generator, if you take a magnet here anywhere. All right, let's take a round magnet, right? And you take copper and you spin that around. It makes a toroidal field. That makes electricity. This is not rocket science. You can't go into the sky. So you got to go if you're one of these Sky Daddy cock rocket, 7 women to the moon, and they'll bounce down a little cock ring bounce in the little, well, first in the water and then in the dirt, little dust ring. Remember they left the cock ring? Oh, that wasn't even good CGI. All right, let's go with that. We're going to take a pause because that's a good question. Somebody's actually teaching and talking about something and I don't want to be sensationalized. You know that I'm a veteran. Okay, I'm a military veteran. There were 7 after Donald John Thump, Mr. 3 steel buildings, because he was there that day, dropped 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. We put the blame where it is here. I have all the proof that he's the one who did it. So whatever, the dancing Israelis, let's talk about it, okay? Nobody wants to talk about it. Go look at my page. I've put this stuff out for nobody does blind 11 like me. You ever read the 9/11 Commission, the reports? You ever gone through any of that stuff? He was there. I'm a veteran. Before ever I joined the military, obviously was before that. I'm older than dirt. So, I was very offended and the math didn't add up. I'm a mather. It doesn't spiritually calculate with me, celestially. And then I was a reconstructionist. I was a prior pig, prior law enforcement. I have a higher level of math than most people. It doesn't make me better. It just have more study in it. So it didn't add up, and I know free fall and so I've studied this. Let's put the blame where it's at. This is what they're still touching our kids in airports. I'm still offended by it. If you don't like it, get out of here. Still touching kids because they dropped 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. So get out. Touching your little girl's slut. Oh, I'm unhinged, huh? Jugging your little boy's cherry tomatoes, and you're okay with that. I'm not. I'm a veteran. I took an oath to the Constitution. Get out of here. Leave now. I'm not okay with them touching kids. So let's talk about it. And who did it? So 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes don't math with me, okay? So what somebody brought it in about the combustion rate of jet fuel and then the melting rate of steel. It doesn't add up. I was born in the concrete jungle. There ain't never been a building. You know how many buildings a high-rise could be hit? Well, how many airplanes? Anybody put it in the chat. I was born and birthed in the concrete jungle. So you're not going to tell me. He birthed me in the city of messengers, Angelos. I told you I'm already an angel. I'm a messenger. I'm here with this celestial message giving you this now. Who's done this? 923 executive orders where they're going to put you in Walmart work camps. They just did it. No kings, huh? How about the 2 kings I've been telling you about? 2 kings, 2 crowns. You must be esteemed as a potter's clay. Turn their work upside down. Revelation 3:11, I come quickly. Let no one take your crown. Okay, Revelation 9:11, they have a messenger over them, an angel, the angel of the abyss, knowledge. Hell's not a place, it's no knowledge. Come on, grow up. So I'm offended when they're still touching children in airports. So I'm not okay with that. So when you drop 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes, it don't add up. Building 7, not Tower 1 and 2, like Tower 1 and 2, the trade centers, was CIA headquarters. CIA. So all these alphabet soup agencies, you know how I am in here. He stood up to that modern day CIA, halakha, corporation, taxes, modern day Christ did, and they threw him in jail. Does anybody, he said, are you out there earning your stripes? He said, conform to my image.
follow after me. So I've never been okay with this because I'm not okay with them touching kids. That's some kind of okay thing with you, but I'm not. Since that ain't right, since the Wright brothers, there was no children that were put inside some airplanes and flown around and dropped any buildings. So I don't want to hear it. There's never been okay to touch children because of that bullshit. Apologize. I'm not okay with that. So I'm going to put, and I don't care what they do to me, if I'm the only man that goes down in history pointing out the freaking obvious. 4 + 5 is 9. 4 + 7 is 11. 9/11. President 9/11 dropped 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes, which is the final of the 7 leading was Iran. And I'm a little bit, thinking about where the hell is my son? Because at this time, I thought back at that time, all those years ago, when I told him here when we hit this 7th nation that they were taking over the desert, because I'm one of these people who was part of this crap. I'm talking about it, and I don't care what they do to me. Mulan Lobby, I'm homegrown like a mother. Constitutionalist, I took an oath to the Constitution until they throw me back in the dirt that I came from. It says the first general order that I took as a military veteran was do not quit your post until properly relieved. I ain't seen anybody relieve me yet or join me. Well, I got Kevin out here, hallelujah. He's already been attacked from being around me. So tired of this crap. I'm thankful Father is blessed people that not be around me too. You guys have to deal with me from afar on the web. Oh, let's talk about George was his brother's own awareness. Okay, so do your wipe or let it crust. Okay, but anyways, I'm not okay with them touching children at airports ever. I'm just not okay with it. So if you're all right with that, I'm not. I'm not okay with them drafting our women. I'm not okay with that. That became law now. They put military on the streets, and this channel warned you about that long before Posse Comitatus and said this is why. And now they just put 700 Marines on the streets. You ever been outside the country and seen military in another country? Where this is America. I thought we were free. We're not supposed to have. We have a bunch of tyrant thug state troopers failures, city cop failures, deputies failures, sheriff failure. This is the most unsafe nation to be on the whole rock. You ever heard of asset seizure, forfeiture, where they can take your? I don't want to go there, but anyways. Military on the streets, and it was Walmart who funded it. So I got it right. And this channel has been giving you this prelude about what they're ready to do. It's right here. It's still on the debt clock. I'm not even concerned about anything that, people can or can't see. You got to be blind as a stinking bat to not see it by now. But this is the work of this ministry. It's still on the debt calculator, and that's where you're headed. This is where you're headed. You're headed to these work camps, and they've already done this. They're redoing this ritual of 1945. This is the only channel and the only platform that I've seen anybody do anything with this 1945. You remember this right now. 4 + 5 is 9. This is Mr. 4 + 5 is 9 blind 11 with this warp speed jab and his whole, I'm not concerned. I have a ministry here that is serving everybody, not just this country, okay? That's who funded your No Kings protest, guys. That's who funded it, Walmart. So this is doing, I'm not a prophet. There is no such thing as prophecy. I have been studying this for 30 years, and I have been watching this like with hawk or eagle eyes, because Father's given me an abundance of right? Time to trade that time for knowledge and watch what these people are doing. They do this in a cycle. They're doing this because they know the scripture better than all of us combined. They're very wise like a serpent. It says that's how he tells you to be wise as a serpent, like Leviathan in the garden. So I'm asking you, who told you you were naked? Let somebody take your innocence. Be careful who you sup with. Don't fornicate with these vipers. You knew I was a snake before you let me in. So this is who did it. So I got it right. And it ain't about being right. I don't care about being right or wrong. This is leading to this 1945 That's who his house is decorated with, okay? You need to go to Informed Christians and you need to study who the seventh king is. I've made a bit. That seventh king is the one that's locked up in Revelation 9 and 11, and it will be released as a antichrist spirit, not as a physical antichrist. So there's the seventh king. That is the seventh king right there. So that's why they clipped the penny. The nickel costs 14 cents to make. Look at this, guys. This is the seventh king right here. The one, oh, we found space there. We got fallen alien technology in 1945. Shut the hell up. They're flying around on UFO. Go. Get out of here. Go. Go, 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 go. You're doing this crap. That's technology that's been around. That John Trump from Tesla with J.P. Chase Morgan. I know it's these camps. This is when Trump was saying he was going to build a wall. He said Mexico will build the wall. Okay. He said Mexico will build the wall, and they will, to keep you stinky Americanos out of there. So stop trying to. Mexico is already America's. If you can't figure it out, we already sent military down into Mexico, and we're fighting the cartels down there with drones. You're just sleeping at the wheel. You take it all the way to the Canary, all the way to the Panama, canal, all the way up to Russia now. Take that up there, and that was theirs. And I don't care what anybody thinks. There's too many moves. I'm a veteran. Go look during any war. I guarantee if you go look in any war, that's when the borders start moving around. You can look. They've got these apps now where you can go look in history and you can see how all the borders move. And go look during the wars. You'll see that's when they move the most. We're here now. Look at Putin. Look at China. Look at going to take over Taiwan. This is happening. You're just sleeping at the wheel. And if you're not doing anything about it, that's not my problem. I'm just here to make sure that I do my fulfillment on, to spread the light. I can't sit here and be alone all the time. Like Brother Jim said, I disappear sometimes because I can't just, I want people to, hear the message. But if you can't see it by now. So I went off on this because I'm not okay with dropping 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. And there's a man that's responsible. 4 + 5 is 9. 4 + 7 is 11. He has his house decorated with Satan, the sun god, the seventh king. Apollyon, the one that's locked in the pit. Not this one, this one. This is the seventh king. This is the seventh king. This is the seventh king. Go see Daniel Vallis, Informed Christians, and go look up that video, and he'll give you all the back on it. It's a long video, but you got to have more, time than to sit down with some of these things and take the time. There are certain qualifications to be the seventh king. It has to be somebody we've seen in our lifetime. Okay. So a lot of people make, Trump's the seventh king. No, he wasn't the seventh king. The seventh king will be revealed as the eighth king. It's right there, guys, right in front of your face. If you can't see it by now, I can't help you. You just don't see it. And that's fine. 88. That's why his geometric number equals 828. Donald John Trump's name, it's 828. 88. Like as is above, so is below. Dark and light. They're playing the same. You know what I'm saying? You don't interpret the Bible. You have to study the Bible, Justin, and you don't interpret it. There are parables. There are idioms, but you need to define the Bible. You need to define the words, every single word in it, using a lexicon or your eSword app. So that's how you define the Bible. I'm a decoder, I'm a MAGA, and you don't twist the word and try to make it anything other than the definition. He said, I am the aletheia. So undefiled, not fornicated, where you're slamming your version into that a-hole over there or that o-hole because there's no vowels in Hebrew, adding letters to people love to do this, jots. And he said, don't even add a thought. Well, that's idolatry, pornea, or a jot. So people love to, aletheia is how you find, that's how you do it. And you have to study cultures, customs, maps. You do. Remember, I told you need to study maps because, like, it used to be called the Great Sea, and now it's the Mediterranean Sea. So names change, not to protect the innocent. So let's focus. You want to find how to read scripture, you need to study each word's definition first. So thank you. I love the word. It's all that I live for this. This is what I'm here to do. I mean, we are here to sup with others that are in the narrow way. So, and we will do that by sitting down. When he said, I am the Hados, I am the Alathea, and I am the Horizo. The Horizo means I am the separator. I am the divider. You've been to the high desert? Nice. All right, guys, look, seriously, Kinetic, how far are you out, man? You got to get your ass here, man. You can't stall anymore. I need you here. What's going on? I got to call you out like a veteran would call you out. That's right. Realistic castings. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, is that why you spent $30,000 to $40,000 to build a UFO and put it out there in the high desert? Hey, you can't be the craziest guy in town and not. Oh, come on, you've been saying that forever. But that's all right. You need to get her. This Iran thing is serious, man. I ain't playing. So this kind of like and I'm not. Look, don't go anywhere in a rush. Father protects you. Remember, people come try to come out here, and flipped cars and crashed motorcycles and stuff. Be careful. Don't be trying to come out here unless Father wants your 10 toes out here. But cool. Yeah, nice. Good stuff. I was born in the city of messengers. My dad was same thing. So I know quite a bit about Los Angeles. Grew up eating Tommy's chili burgers and Fat Jacks and going to Pacoima and Watts and Compton and down to Mexico on a regular basis, and wouldn't grow up being raised in the concrete jungle for nothing. You know, it was a hell growing up. It was hard, but it made me and shaped me who I was. And so now I don't see color. I don't see race, one race, the human race. I don't do none of this nonsense. Somebody just said it in the thing. This is Tesla tech. This is old tech, anti-gravitics, electric gravitics. This is the stuff. Yeah, you could probably give me an update. I don't know. Like I said, sometimes my emails goes a little wonky out here. I suffer because of what I've been making my way on the internet for, well, since the interweb. Remember, it was Al Gore who said he invented the internet. Remember? Get back in the closet, Al Gore. All right. So remember, your children are never going to see snow again. Global warming, the whole, Loch Ness monster, hockey stick, 150 years of, I got 400,000 years of paleoclimatology. The algorithm. There you go. The algorithm. So, all right. So anyways, seriously, guys, we got to think about, if you guys can't see this by now, I apologize. I want you to understand. It says in scripture, it's very important for you guys to understand. It says the seventh king will be revealed as the eighth king. If you figure out who the seventh king is, yeah, anti-gravitics. They're made cars that run on water. And people, go missing. That's right, Casting. You're right. You're on this. So that's what I'm saying. Nobody wants to talk about the real stuff that's going on. They disappear if you didn't use all. We come bomb your country. Remember what Hillary Clinton said about Libya? You ever seen what Libya looked like, South Africa, before we went over there and just destroyed all those, canals, all the desalination machines? He was bringing all that water in from the ocean, all those tapping into the aquifer, all that sorghum growing in, in the freaking desert out there, this beautiful place of near Garden of Eden he had created for his populace. No, he was going to pay for oil with something other than the U.S. dollar. Same thing with Saddam Hussein, who never did find any weapons of mass destruction. And did they? No. Come on. This is my time. This is when I say, hey, cut it out, pants. Shock and awe, desert storm, desert shield. This is getting a lot more than just desert storm, desert shield, if you pay attention, of what's going on here. They have just released hypersonic ballistic missiles. I don't know if you guys are seeing the footage of this stuff. Some of it's hard to watch. I don't try to watch too much of it because I've already seen enough of this crap. But you got to keep your skin in the game. Like I said, you got to. There you go. Thank you, Connection. Good stuff. They are just absolutely. I told you this stuff is increasing now in just unrealistic, waves. They're dropping tech at rates that are not Apple iPhone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're going 10 and 50-year increments on some of these things. And it's just old tech that we've had forever that's been held by Donald John McScrooge, Mr. Warp Speed. That's the one who has had this technology. His Uncle John has been holding this, is the same millimeter wave technology. That's what got Tesla whacked. It wasn't so much that he could pull energy out of the ether and that they were already invested in power poles and copper and, and he told him, hey, that'll all blow down. I can just grab energy right out of the air and I could transfer power through the whole currents. It's when he said that he could build that death ray. And they thought he was talking about a handheld, like a Second Amendment, Star Trek, beep, 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 some kind of nonsense. He was talking about millimeter wave. This is exactly what John Trump was messing with, his uncle. Millimeter technology, millimeter wave. Okay? So you guys understand this then. You guys understand what I'm talking about. Kinetic synthesis. So you guys understand that. Look, this is old technology. It's been around for thousands of years. There's megalithic structures that can be built with sound, wave, frequency. And again, this is the one that I said. You can actually take and separate the silver from the rock because that's the sleeper. Yeah, but not anymore, realistic. Not anymore. I've been saying that, honestly, realistic. I've been saying that for 20 years because I'm a veteran. I've seen that. You guys think that in the 90s, we had all this technology they're just releasing now back in the 90s. I'm not supposed to talk about it. 5G Whiz is a United States Navy patent that not internet technology. It doesn't have anything to do with internet. That's not what G-Whiz is. It's not what the 5G Whiz is at all. People fall for anything. They told people I dropped 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes and people fell for that, You want to say you man, I've already been built for it and you're not even showing it. That's awesome. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know. Technology. So what I was saying, realistic is that this is all part of that Operation Blue Book, okay, where they have all this tech. You guys are on it. That's good. Some of you guys have been obviously, because it's not hiding anymore. They're not hiding. I've been talking about this stuff for 20 plus years. You're a freaking nutbag, dude. Whatever, man. They've had what is called the dark web for a long time. Oh, I don't go on there. I know. You stay away from all this stuff. There's not just the internet. There's things off the internet. These people put out white papers. They have a lot of meetings. There's ways to get this information, not just on this web, on and off the web. But remember, they're meeting out in California, Bohemian Grove, and they're burning big statues of owls and candles on the ground and blood. They're like, we're meeting in Davos, Switzerland. They don't hide anymore. We're not in that age. So that's good that some of you guys have seen some of this stuff. I'm not talking about something, you know what I'm saying, that what's the code name for this mass study that identified flags? Okay, there we go. So this is all Operation Paperclip, Operation Nanook, Operation Mockingbird, Operation Blue Book. These are all part of this system to take over the ice wall, to not allow anybody to have any access, to lock you in this confined space so you won't go to outer space and figure out hashtag beyond the ice wall, that we're not some, this model. I don't care, heliocentric or geocentric, both those models are not what's going on here. So, but, so hold on, because I'm getting to that, Casting. I'm trying to get to that. I mean, this is all looping together so you understand, because you're obviously paying attention here. These wars are going to release to the tech release, guys. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Well, Justin, all I can tell you is we don't talk about the shape in here, okay? But you're old enough in here to have the conversation. I know that you're not going to be distracting the chat with, I am much more aligned with what the scripture says and nothing else. So it does say north, east, west, and south, right? Justin, get with the news, people. The four corners. The angels come to the four corners. You've just been deceived. And if I'm not mistaken, I don't do this and we don't talk about this, okay? We don't talk about this. If I'm not mistaken, the earth was always flat before they ever discovered it was round. So let's not talk about it anymore. You'll be banned if you talk about the shape or where you're sticking your square peg and whose round hole. Keep the shapes out of this chat. We don't talk about balls and squares and blocks. And here we go, round in circles. So God isn't real. The earth is round. Well, guess what? User unknown, you're an idiot. The earth's not below your feet. Father didn't create one planet. Go back to spinning around on Planet of the Apes, you idiot. Get out of here, child. We don't want you here. I don't sup with people who are in band camp. I mean ball camp. Wherever you're sticking your flute and whoever's pie, you can go stick it somewhere else. I just said don't talk about the shape of the earth, and they're going to come in there and, go to your Planet of the Apes somewhere else. If man evolved from apes, why are there still apes? Get out of here. You couldn't explain evolution or extinction. You don't know the difference. So you're unknown. Thanks for coming in. You're not welcome back. The planet of figure eights. Come on now. We're doing a figure eight is what we're doing. We're corkscrewing and spinning. That's what they said. We're on a block. Well, and I think of geometry. When I think of the third dimension, I think of a block, right? We're on a rock on a ball, spinning around at 1,040 miles an hour, corkscrewing. That's the Hebrew word to pervert, okay, just so you know. To twist, change, or warp, or pervert. Or this Godspeed or warp speed. On a block, a rock, or a ball in the third dimension, rock from the sun, corkscrewing through time and space. Farce, get out of here, child. Go play with your ball somewhere else. Go rub your crystal ball and tell fortunes to somebody else. We don't do that in here. So go take your fairy tales. That's an Arab. No, an Arab demon is a genie. A Celtic demon is a fairy. So take your little Alice in Wonderland stories and rockets to the moon with your muskrat, your stinky little rat, Mickey Mouse, and Donald Duck farce, Mr. McScrooge with his space farce. I'm not falling for it. They call it Space Star Wars Ronald Reagan. Now they call it Starlink. It's the same bullshit. Hey, how's that Iron Dome working out for Israel? Mr. Warp Speed said he was going to build a golden dome over Americant, huh? A golden dome, baby. In the golden age, the golden dome over America. Look at that. The golden age of wonders. Because the wonderful things he does. So, all right, let's answer this question because I want to get back to Iran because it's all leading to this. You guys, this is all leading this. What they're doing is they're distracted. I know they're so damn close to this failed magnetosphere that they know that this event is coming, that it's eventually going to rock this grid. It doesn't matter where. It's going to take the whole grid down necessarily, but they already have a hardened grid. They already have a hardened grid. You know what I'm saying? See this? This is the failed magnetosphere that they're not telling the general public about. If we could go to Mars, and Elon Musk is going to go ahead and you could fart and smell it on the moon and skip the moon, where we should have already colonized both the dark side, like, the triangle from Dark Side of the Moon, Pink Floyd, War Machine. But okay. And the light side of the moon, which is its own light source, right? Like the sun. And we could go to Mars. Wait a minute. How come they're digging shelters and getting under the ground? These guys say you go to space. They're getting ready to drop payloads. You understand? Let me tell you what an ite is. Listen here, ite. satellite? Who's the largest purchaser of helium on this rock? Who purchases more helium than any other corporation? And their corporation, just like the United Corporation, it's not a country, it's not a nation, it's a corporation. There are other countries that have obviously been sold out, just like this corporation. It says in the NASA, yes, NASA is the largest purchaser of helium because everything is sent up in balloons. Okay, this is not new technology. So imagine, you ever seen one of these satellites drop back into Earth? It's gorgeous. It's awe-inspiring. It looks like a meteorite. I get it. What do you think all that stuff up is? Do you think this is the first time we try to get the hell out of here? They were doing it in Babylon, right? Trying to build towers and go to the sky. Here we are doing it again. Here we are doing it again. You know what I'm saying? Remember all those balloons coming over China, from China? Like, we don't know they were coming over the drink, right? They came all the way over. We have all this technology. They have the flight tracker. They have spyglass. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, thank you. Appreciate making mention of that connection. If you see this, Tracy, please stay live. I'm trying to test that. Okay, cool. So, all right. Hey, if you want to make a donation in the chat, super chat's there. I don't need anything. Actually, I'm trying to, I purchased that. You guys want to see something incredible? Do you guys remember I was trying to purchase the ministry over there, another property for the ministry? And I went and gave that guy big down payment. I have all the paperwork to do it. I wrote up all the paperwork. I got it double signed. I have it all, the paperwork. Hold on one second. I'll go back to that. If you guys go to my backup channel, I went over there to pay that payment on that property for the ministry to put the freeze dryer in there, and that dude pulled a gun on me. Oh, Father's brutal sometimes, so don't worry about it, But anyways, there's links in the description. I'm going to lose probably all that money until I take the dude to court, and whatever. It's, you know what? It is what it is. I'm here. The guy tried to shoot me. I brought out a witness. He had that gun, and he tried to pull that thing back, and he couldn't. Father said, nope, it's not his time to go. Remember, just like the state of Oregon brought 25 guys with guns, and, oh, look, too. I found another, look, guys, I found another pin. That means they must have flashed concussion grenaded. That's how they broke the window out of the motorhome that Elijah was staying in, because I didn't find any tear gas in there. So that means Elijah was concussed as well. He got concussed as well. I found another one out here. And remember, it's been over a year since that whole incident, and they haven't done anything. They haven't even opened the file. Not at all. Nothing's happened to it. Nothing has happened. So I just found another one. So anyways, so he tried to, that guy tried to squeeze off on me, and he couldn't. Father, like I said, was protecting me that day. I had my back turned to him too. He was whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's definitely a Sixth Amendment violation of spare and speedy trial, the right to due process, the right of cruel and unusual punishment, 12th Amendment, Sixth Amendment violation. You know that. I don't want to go into that. I just, it's so hard to not know where your son is. I don't care about any. It's just not knowing where your kid's at and your daughter, man. So, anyways, let's go back to this. I appreciate it. You guys want to donate to the ministry. I am trying to buy that property in Ecuador now. I'm fully focused on that 100%. I'm going to buy that property so that I can send you guys tithes. Food is what I'm going to send you guys, the ministry. Send you food. I'm going to send you food that I can't grow here in America. So I've been working on that off, the live stream. Remember, I have a huge, 50-foot storm shelter, and then a 50-foot underground house, and then another underground garden. Well, I flip-flop those, and I've been working on the underground garden. So trying to get this ready so I can provide abundance. That's why I was purchasing that other property, because there's permanent, power on that property. I'm all off the grid. Remember, I'm totally off the grid. So I can't run a freeze dryer constant. I don't have. It'd take me $15,000, $20,000 to set up a solar system to be able to run a freeze dryer. So just don't have it, right now. And actually I did. And so I threw it at that house because, that would cost me that. And then I had all the others. So I ended up, like I said, the cops were called. I live stream everything. You guys know I live stream all these. Always film your pigs. Always film any incident you have with these tyrant cops. All of them are tyrants. None of them are good. If they were good cops, they would be instilling this back to a constitutional republic. They'd be going after Donald Trump for clipping the penny. They would be going after our government for not minting gold and silver. Money is gold and silver by the Treasury, not these paper payments. This is all gone astray from the original, because they use it to send up their balloons. Realistic, they send balloons. There's no such thing as satellites that sit up there and float, up there in the upper atmosphere like people are talking about. Most of them are on what would be a balloon. Watch how they launch these things. So anyways, I like I said, I got a lot going. I can talk about 5 things at one time, so don't lose track. I know what I'm talking about here, so keep track. There's nothing wrong with me. What's wrong with you? Okay. So anyways, did you take a tear gas? Did you get hit in the face with a grenade? I'm okay. I mean, I suffered stroke and had a concussion since 45 seconds after getting hit by grenade for the police. If you want to see it, it's on the channel. It's on the playlist. I live stream that. I normally live stream all my law enforcement incidences when I can. And for my safety, and I don't care about safety, but for, the right of my rights. I know my rights. I used to be a pig. So film your cop tyrant pigs. They're all tyrants. Until I took a note to the Constitution, until they return this to a constitutional republic, I won't stand down. Unless you stand against it, you don't care. You're part of the corporation, then that's fine. You're a merchant number, and you've been merchandised, and you've just been sold out and bonded, and they do it to everybody in this corporation. So when you take a note to the Constitution, that's what you do. You defend that right until they throw you in the dirt. So I'm a man of the land and soil. I don't claim sovereignty. There is no such thing as sovereign. Cops have sovereign or, ermine immunity, but they can lose that immunity if they break the law. So cops can't break the law, and they're breaking the law every day because they're not enforcing constitutional law. They're not even Title 18 laws have been revised, and those were not adjudicated through the House, Congress, and Senate. Therefore, there is what the Constitution calls repugnant. But they get away with it, and they've been doing it for a long time, since the 1800s. So this ain't new news. Just like the carrying event that I just showed you, the magnetosphere has failed. They're not going to Mars. They're getting ready and getting underground. You know what I'm saying? That's why you see them, all the rich elite are putting shelters in the ground, and you should pay attention. You don't need a shelter to worry about slime creatures from outer space. But in 2022, on February 15th, 3 days prior, they had deemed Tonga Tonga an water submarine volcano extinct, killed it off, dead. And 3 days later, it rose like Christ, like Jonah out of the whale, out of darkness, out of the sea, and it rose. Okay, and it shot 146 gigagrams of the ocean into our upper atmosphere. Okay, and that's 14% moisture in our mesosphere that was never there. It froze. On-hold skeezer. No, on-hold freezer. Not like Easy-E, like it's sitting up there waiting. It's been about how many years? It's just starting to ring out. So listen to me. This is all contrived. They know this. That's why they're digging in. I'm not sure how they did this. Yeah, I don't travel, right? Or I don't drive. I don't. I have the right to travel. I'm a man of the land and soil. I've always had that right. I don't claim nationalist, state national. I don't really think World War III is happening. CEO, every war in America has ever been started with a tariff, embargo, or a sanction. There's never been a single war in America that started with a bomb or an ordnance falling on anybody's head. So you might want to understand your history if you're not an American. Well, you probably are. You're American. I'm American. So, but there's never been a war in this country that's been started that way. This is not how wars are started. So I'm a veteran. I'm a military, police in the Army, 95 Bravo. I know war. We're the first ones to enter into battle, and we're the last ones to leave. So it's a war that's not the bombs falling in your backyard, but they've been falling in Ukraine for how long? For almost 4 years. And it was the U.S. tax dollar that killed all those people. Who do you think funded those wars? The $300 billion during Biden is Trump. So let's not do that bull crap in here. You get the hell out of here. There are two wings to the same dragon, two cheeks to the same hole. I don't want to hear it. Okay. we're going to pull us out of there in 48 hours. He just sent another $1 billion over there, and you got veterans like myself dying on the streets of this country, children, women dying on the streets of this country, and they're sending more money. We funded Iran and Israel, so you might want to get with the facts. Get out of here, Carl. You're an idiot. This is a world war. How many? We sent our freaking satellites to send drones into Moscow. Get out of here, Carl. Get out of here, child. You don't know how wars start. Wars never started with the bombs falling, and not until a bomb's falling in this idiot's backyard is he going to do anything about it. Brothers, sisters, I know the America can't, not in other countries. The weakest men do exist in the country called America. Here, I'll prove it to you. Not one of them could stand up against what I'm about to tell you. They're going to already draft our women to war. And they're still touching our kids at airports. So go yourself. Get out of here. So anyways, thoughts on the protest in LA. Who paid for it? You've been asking that question. I'll ask it because I already talked about in the stream earlier. Who paid for the protest? Thank you so much for the super chat, Kinetic. I appreciate it, man. You have to send me your number off this platform. So look, guys, are you tired of the system? I've been off grid for a long time. You're probably not going to exit out of these cities. You know, they do a pretty good lockdown. You can already see they already instilled the police state in America. Okay? No realistic casting. Remember, I've talked to this. I really wish you'd hang with me here for a minute if you're not subscribed to the channel. They're going to use these executive orders 11004 of the 923 executive orders that was passed during Donald Obama, John Trump, Barack Obama. They're the same thing. During the 44th administration, okay, he passed 923 executive orders. If you go to a channel that's here on YouTube, it's probably 10 years old, at least 10 years old. It's called Truth Viral Television. I'm the host of that channel. It's called Truth Viral Television. It's the oldest Truth Viral. It's TV. I was the host back. I called Truth Viral Television. I'm the host of Truth Viral Television, where the truth goes viral. I'm TV, the host of Truth Viral. That channel I put out during the 44th administration back then that he had passed 923 executive orders. 923 is the next ritual, brothers and sisters. This is the next 9/11. 923 is the next 9/11. If you know what I'm saying, 923 is the next 9/11. This is why. See, it's on the end. They celebrate this every year. This is your yin-yang symbol. A little bit of darkness, more and more darkness coming over there in the spring. A little bit of light, more and more light. So this is your Yule wheel. Okay? This has been around a lot longer than 1945. I'm the only blogger on the internet right now that's doing this 1945 reveal of the coming of the 9/11 Antichrist spirit as the 8th king will be revealed. So this 923 happens. This is the year. This is their Samhain ritual. They do all these pagan rituals. This is the ritual that they go around the Big Dipper, going around the North Star. They used to think there was a goddess of heaven, okay? A goddess of heaven spinning the Big Dipper around. They thought the sun was dying, and they prayed to Saturn to try to slow the sun at the equinox, okay? If you've never been in here, you don't understand any of this. It's kind of an advanced channel, okay? I've studied this for 30 plus years, and hallelujah, thank you. The Israel in Scripture is not the Israel in the book of Revelation over there in the desert, okay? We'll go ahead and get up, stand up here for a minute. I'm going to get up, guys. We'll move up here. Let me move the stream over here, and we'll stand up, and we'll show you this, guys, so you guys can swear. Oh, we got a large enough eyeballs in here, and I'll do it for 2 balls, 2 eyes. I don't have to do numbers, but I do appreciate. Thank you, Kinetic, a longtime supporter of the ministry. Kinetic has really been thinking about trying to come out here and get out to where I'm at, which is awesome. We'll see. I don't know if Father's going to let him come out here or not. It's not up to me because he's obviously tried to come out here before. So things happen. So, but anyways, this 923 ritual that they're doing here, okay, is, let me get some of this erased off here. What else we got on here that's not supposed to be on here? Okay, in scripture, it talks about Israel, okay? I've got a picture of Israel right here. Oh. We lost some of our, here, let's open up some of our new markets. Got, thank you, Lady in Red, for buying. These aren't, Jews are those who accept Messiah. No, Jews aren't those that accept Messiah. You can't accept Christ. That's blasphemy, Justin. I rebuke that. You can't accept Jesus. Okay? And just so you know, Holy Spirit healing, Yahuwah, there's no vowels in Hebrew. So his name is not Yahuwah, his name is Shem. So his name is not Yahuwah, his name is not Yeshua, his name is not Yahusha, Bahim, Hamashiach. There's no vowels in Hebrew. So stop adding vowels to Hebrew. So it would be YHWH. Stop adding vowels. So thank you, Lady in Red, for giving me. These are what I went and bought at Walmart, guys. I gave it like $10 for 8 markers. But Lady in Red, she gave 2 of these, 2 sets of these. So thank you so much to her. And she sent me if you follow Torah, you follow Jesus, my lost brother. Okay, well, I don't know if you're my brother, and there's more than one Jesus, okay? There's many Jesus and Jesus. Your transgender cracker, birth in the middle of winter, baby manger Jesus, the one that's got mange. Which Jesus are you speaking of? There's more than one Jesus, so don't be an idiot. So I'm not under the law of the Torah. I go by the New Testament. Remember, he said in the book of Colossians 2:14, once was written on tables of stone. I think you've been puffing on that dab pen or something too much. You're a scarecrow. Just a little dab oil and you'll spring into action or something. There's more than one Jesus, so you better be careful. Jesus, he blotted out the handwriting of ordinances. Remember, in the book of Colossians 2:14, once written on tables of stone is now blotted out and sprinkled with the blood of the Lamb on fleshy tables of our hearts. So don't go by the Old Testament Torah law. There's no physical law. You can't put me, I don't celebrate anything. He fulfilled all those things. You can't accept Christ. You can't be saved. Most people go to hell. God doesn't love everybody. God is a title. Grow up. You can't accept Christ. Yep. Most people go to hell. No such thing as free will. No such thing as luck. You think any of those things, you can just exit right now. Leave. I'm not going to even argue with you. The text will do it on its own. So, God creates all things, so there's no such thing as man-made. Are you spinning around on a ball on a block and corkscrewing in the third rock dimension, time and space from the sun? You sound like a pagan. So, that's right. Obviously, he had to create a flesh vessel to fill the Gentile nation. So, no, I'm not a Marine. Couldn't fit my head in the jar. God made Epstein Island. Yes, he did. God created all things. God created evil. So absolutely created Epstein Island. Remember Patmos, the island of the gold mines? This is where they sent John, and he wrote this Revelation 12 sign that I have marked over here too. Okay, so you might want to pay attention. Most of you guys have missed what's going on. You're paying attention to things that, here, let's do this. Anybody, we'll do this ball camp here. That's right. That's right. There you go. Justin's got it right. So, are you in this camp? Is this your ball camp? And I don't care. We're not talking about shape. So if you're standing out in the Ecuador, I've been thinking about buying property in Ecuador. As a matter of fact, if you want to make a tie to the ministry, you can do that right now. There's a Cash App and a PayPal link in the bio. Thank you, Kinetic, for the super chat. I use those because the super chat takes about 30%. I have money. I'm not short of funds. I just need about another 15,000 now, and I should be able to buy that property. So, but we're going to take that property and tithe food to the ministry with it, because they left food behind, not money, when they wandered the desert for 40 years, because they did not listen to God. Ahab married Jezebel, not some giant with a 30-foot or with, a magic school bus sticking it in some 5-foot woman. That's not what that is. When the sons of God came into the women of men, traditions of men. It's not about, that's Ahab marrying Jezebel. It's not about fallen angels or aliens. So get out of here with that blasphemy lesson too. You're an idiot. So remember he was there with his apostles. What they wanted, they knew he was the God of Aleth, fire, feast, sacrifice, war, fine, ritual. And they knew he was Father, the one that came and visited one day a year. And they asked him what his name was. What did he tell them that? You can answer that with the scripture. What did he tell them? They said they want to know what your name is. They know you're the God that used to come behind the temple one day a year. They visit the house of Aaron and Levi, not the Gentiles. You were the God of the Torah, the old law. You tell them my name is I am, okay? That's what he told them. You tell them I am, okay? He is the most high. That's what I call him. I call him Shiloh, because the scepter shall not depart from Shiloh. Shiloh. Where do we put that? This is the Shiloh sign. This is the sign that the Magi saw. This is Shiloh. This is Leo. When Jupiter, not the first sign, remember I already showed you this on my arm. I already had these tattoos of the wise men. Remember these Magi were looking up at these marks. I already showed you this on this, okay? They were watching these stars. This is what they watched, this celestial conjunction. Yeah, let no one take your crown. Revelation 3 and 11. I come quickly. Let no one take your crown. Right? 2 kings, 2 crowns. Man, that's not shining in the right spot. Right? 2 crowns. That's why I have that tattoo. This crown here, and then this crown here. Because this is the crown of the one in Revelation 9 and 11. 2 kings, 2 crowns. They just had their no kings ritual. So these wise men were looking up. See, they're pointing up. And when they were pointing at that celestial marker in the firmament, pointing at the Star of David or the Star of Bethlehem. This is this star marker right here. Between 2 and 3 BC, when the morning star conjuncted the king's star. It gets its name, the king, because it's out the longest and it is the brightest. That is Jupiter. Okay? So, this is the sign. Remember, the scepter shall not depart from Judah till Shiloh returns. When Jupiter, after conjuncting with the morning star, Lucifer is not the morning star. There's no such thing as Lucifer, so you know. There is no such thing. Lucifer is like Chewbacca. There's no such thing as Lucifer. It's never written in the text. You want to see how ignorant society is today? There's never written in the text. That doesn't exist. The word Lucifer is not a word. People are Luciferian. They think Lucifer is Satan. Huh? It was added one time to the text. Just one time it's only written, and it was never there. It's not a word. There's no such thing as Lucifer. Doesn't exist. And yet people have made up a whole generations. I am a Luciferian. You're a freaking idiot is what you are. So don't add words to the text. I can tell you that already. I can tell you that. So you got to read. I have the text right here, like I said, and I'm not talking about the rejected text, and because here's all your rejected texts. Here's all your rejected texts. Okay. And I have, these are just a single copy of it in a book, in one book, you know, and I have more than these, but these are the rejected texts. I'm talking about, you need to study the interlinear Textus Receptus. There's only one accepted text of the 12th century book where they took out all the words and defined them at the Council of Nicaea. If you don't study anything else, I rebuke you. You get out of here. You're a child. You're studying the wrong text. There's hundreds of versions of bastardized, disgusting, filthy, burn them. They're trash. No, don't throw them away. Keep them. You're sitting on a whole library of them, but these are the ones that were refined by definition in the 12th century at the Council of Nicaea. So if you're not studying the definition, he said, I am the aletheia, which is the Greek word truth. Remember, this is an old Jewish book, right? Well, the Hebrew is the Old Testament, so that's Hebrew, but the New Testament's an old Jewish book written in Greek. So if you're studying any other version, I rebuke you with the light. You're not studying the right text. You've got to study the word that's been defined. Somebody, hold on one second. Apologize, guys. I got that light in my. Hey, somebody sent me a cash app. Appreciate that, guys. So what you know what I'm doing with this? I'm out here in the high desert. Ministry. It's not me. It's 21,000 or whatever, and we're Shadow Man channel, so we don't care about the numbers. We care about quality and not quantity. So I want to tie to the ministry by food. I have freeze-dried food for more than a decade. We were eating some freeze-dried food in here the other day that I had freeze-dried. I want to send you guys back food. So I am now I paid this ministry off. This ministry's paid off, so they can't take it. You guys will be able to come visit here. Eventually, maybe Kinetic will make it out here. We'll see. We'll see if he does. He's been talking about it. This is the time he needs to get out here. He needs to get out here now while we can get him set up and comfortable and whatever he's going to do, because I think Kinetic doesn't need to be told anything what to do. I think he's self-motivated and be just fine out here. I've already thought about having him out. He'd be a huge asset to the ministry and on his own. So, nice. So what I'm trying to do, and I have most all the funding that I need to do out here for this property, is I'm trying to purchase a property in Ecuador. Okay. In Ecuador, there is a property that has 20 plus plants growing on it, fruits, not to include the vegetable garden and not to include some of the other things that are growing on the property. It's only been organically farmed with its own, sources. There's nothing that's been in outside. When I get down there, if the property already has power source on it, I'm going to hook the freeze dryer up and I'm going to tide you guys fruit. There's already avocados, papaya, guava, star fruit, bananas. I mean, there's a massive amount of fruit alone down there. I can feed chickens and goats down there, or sheep down there. So nice. So this is a place where we can set this place up for the ministry, and I can send you guys food. So if you make a donation, whoever sent a cash app, that's what I'm going to do with it. I paid off. I only have one more land payment out of here. And maybe I'm keeping it because maybe Kinetic is going to go onto this property. Maybe Kinetic's going to go onto this property. Kinetic's been talking about coming out here. Kinetic's more than welcome to come out here to the ministry. There's 20 acres here. There's 20 acres up the road. I'm talking about this ministry, Jacob. This ministry is on a 20-acre parcel. I'm off the grid out in the high desert, and I've been trying to get to where I can have people come out here and live out here for 10 years. Nobody ever came. Kevin just showed up. I mean, he'd been part of the ministry, and he said he was, and then he didn't, and then I said, whatever, you're not going to show up. Everybody says they did, and then he just showed up. And so I have a blessing of having Kevin out here, but he ended up purchasing the property next to me because I'd already paid that 20 acres off. It came up for sale. So I took that and paid this off, this ministry here. So that's $47,000 to pay this ministry off just for the purchase price. It doesn't include all the buildings and everything that's put out here. So I don't have a source of income. I don't get Social Security. I don't get veterans benefits. I don't get disability. I was a single dad, a parent. I never got a dime of child support. I do this all by these hands here. And I do it by the sweat of my brow, and I earn what I have here. And I know that 5 or 6 years ago, everything was taken from here. So to have what is have here, it is a blessing. Okay. And what I'm trying to do is because I have a 50-foot where I was going to put an underground house. The reason why I originally purchased this property is we'll try to teach people how to live under the ground below the frost line so that they work above the ground and live above the ground, but they can go down there during the hot summer days and it's 62 degrees year round. You go down there when it's 20 below and it's 60 degrees. So you don't have a heat bill. You don't have a power bill like that. You don't have this. There's a better way to do it. Now I have a 50-foot, it would have cost me to have Atlas Storm Shelter probably at least a quarter to $500,000 to build a storm shelter that I built with my hands. And I mean, it took me a lot of years just to dig the hole. I'm down in there digging the other hole down, digging the well every day now. And I'm in this. I mean, it's tough, but it's what I did. I dug for years out here to get it done. I get disciplined. I get militant. I don't listen. I forget about the world and I do what it is. And I come in, I study and I do what it is that I do. So, but anyways, now I want to share all this because I don't want anything. I don't want to own land anymore. I don't care about land. I didn't own land until I went into my 40s. I've never really wanted to own land. Well, it's 50 feet, and then there's another 50 feet next to it, and then there's another 30 feet. So you're talking about a 130-foot hole in the ground, 12 foot deep. Now I'm down 30, I'm 20, it's 28 feet down from where I'm at right now to the floor of the shelter. And I did that to archive these books right here. If nothing else survives inside of that shelter and only these books survive, that's why I built it. It's an archive. It's an archive. I built it to protect these books. You ain't talking about World War III. Why not? It's real. No, whatever. We've been in World War III for a long time ago. They've been spraying us with chemtrails for how long? They've been feeding us for how long? So World War III has been here in America since they took your dollar away back in the 1800s. Do you pay for gold and silver? Grow up, child. So even if it just protects these books, guys, even if it just protects these books. So we're already in World War III. World War III started long ago when they took over this constitutional republic and made it a corporation. So this is why I built a $500,000 storm shelter to protect this word. Yes, it's caused by the jab, Matthew. It's caused by, and I got to be careful talking about health, but this is what I'm protecting. This is why I built a $500,000 storm shelter, is to protect this word. So okay? And it's going to protect me from hailstones the weight of a talent. When you guys have nowhere to go, how many pounds of hail do you think your roof can handle right now? Food too, Matthew, absolutely. It's a food. It's in the water. They spray us. They fluoridate us. They chloridate us. They look, I'm the only person I know on this rock. You ever seen anybody that has a chemtrail tattoo on their body? You ever seen anybody take the time to put a chemtrailer? So I don't know anybody else that I've never seen anybody with a chemtrail tattoo on their body. So anyways, this country's been at war since its inception, but World War III started long ago. Obviously, I made a statement back on Truth Viral Television. I was covering the Donetsk and Kiev over there in Ukraine. I was covering that over there. I bet if it was somewhere else, they weren't pointing. Okay, well, Matthew, listen. This is what I'm trying to do, Matthew. So thanks for whoever just gave a cash app. Listen, guys. Matthew, you'd probably be welcome to come down there. The reason why I'm trying to get down to Ecuador too is to live an organic lifestyle. If you're interested in this, get a hold of me. I'm not playing with Kinetic. I mean, he's been linking up, but if you're serious about this, I'm not playing around. This is the time to do this. What are you waiting for? Bombs to fall in your backyard? If you've ever been waiting to do something, this would be a good time. Now, I can get access to land. You can purchase your own land out here. I have land for sale. I have a 5-acre parcel that's up for sale right now. I have a 20-acre parcel that I would probably could walk the right person into. That might be what kinetic, it might be that's why Father might be saving that for him. I have property here. I can get access to other property out here. I'm trying to get property in Ecuador so that I can grow food. I don't care about anything other than the word and food. I mean, I care about you, my brothers and sisters, but I don't care about anything else. The word and food. The word and food. So I want to tithe you guys food. So if you want to live a more organic lifestyle, that's where I'm trying to get my life. I don't eat a lot of the things that most people eat, or I steer clear, or I eat very little of them, if any of them at all. And it doesn't make me better. I just don't want to eat certain things. It doesn't matter. You can eat anything. There's nothing you can or can't eat under this covenant. Shellfish, pork, that's not, I don't eat either of those. I don't eat pork. I haven't eaten fish since Fukushima, but my diet's a little bit different because I'm trying to get to more holistic, organic diet, period. If you don't want that for your life, that's fine. I do. I want to only eat organic food. I don't want anything that's box, bag, or canned ever again. And I have the ability to do this now. There's lots of lessons on this here. I've done thousands of hours on this same 923 and this whole, board. I've done thousands of hours of lessons here on High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries, former Predestined for Light channel. So what I'm saying is Matthew is in here and said you want to live better and nice. Thank you, Carter. I just want to live more. If you don't want to live like that's fine. That's the way I want to live. What are you, some hippie? Well, no. I want to live where I eat better and I feel better. I'm in my 50s and I'm in shape and I have a 6-pack and I'm strong and I don't have any body fat, but I didn't take very good care of my body when I was young. I busted my back a couple times and I've got a lot of old injuries that I don't want to spend my last years in pain. And I know that most of my problems that I have now is because my diet. My diet is my issue. And I can't imagine how much better I'd feel if I ate organic food. So, that's where I'm headed. If you want to be a part of that, you can cook whatever you want out here. I want to build an outdoor kitchen out here, but I want to grow organically under the ground and build this geothermal garden so that I can provide abundance for you people here at the ministry. And I want to get to Ecuador because where I live in high desert, I moved out here to get away from society because you guys are in like a whole other mindset. Many of you are. That's fine. I'm not trying to turn a goat into a sheep or make you be me. But I have lived away from society by myself. I've lived, what's the longest you ever gone without talking to somebody, a human being? No contact. I've gone half a year, never talked to nobody. Just had time to hang out with Father. Sup with God and do my, it can change a man when you get isolated like that. So I like that type of lifestyle where I don't have a neighbor and I don't have, Kevin loves it here. Kevin loves it here. You can just sit out here and just, it's so quiet and we're in a great spot. This is probably the best spot in the whole valley. So, and now let me mention that's kind of hard to tell someone's actually healthy or not when their face is covered with beard. Yeah. I don't look the same with a beard. That's why I keep the beard. There's no World War III is not going to happen. Guys, stop panicking. Nobody's panicking in here, you idiot. World War III already started. You're an idiot. So get out of here, child. Nobody's panicking. You prepare for things. Oh, son of a bitch! Fuck! Well, guess what? I already did something about that, you idiot. Now I'm in good hands. Like Allstate. I got insurance, if you will. That's what you do. Something about it. Some of the most prepared people on the planet, secure people, calm people, are the people who said, oh crap, and then did something about it, child. Failing to prepare is, preparing to fail. You're a failure if you don't do anything about it. I'd rather be 5 minutes too early. 5 years than 5 seconds too late. So it's not a panic. It gives you peace of mind. So you can move on and do something else in your life. Maybe you want to go fishing. Oh, crap, honey, have you noticed? Tornado Alley used to be over there by Texas, and now it seems to have shifted closer to the east. We don't have a storm shelter. Let's get one of those little storm shelters, honey. You ever seen these videos of people getting in a storm shelter? They get down in there. How long are the videos? 15, 20, 30 minutes, an hour. Then they go on with their life. Idiot, shut up. Father is sent his son Christ to prepare a place where he was at, and it's been over 2,600 years, and he's still not done preparing. Leave. Still not done, Noah. 126 years. Ain't got nothing on Christ, does he? 2,600 years, and he still ain't done preparing yet. So, thank you, Lady in Red. We were showing the markers there. So, does that make sense, guys? So it's not, preparedness is not something you panic and do. You don't go buy all the toilet paper at the store. TP for my bunghole? Are you threatening me? Right? No, you go down. Remember during the COVID, if you brought a couple extra rolls, people look at you all weird, like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Right now, you could go get a couple of those 36 rolls and nobody ain't going to look at you silly. And every time you go, you just buy a couple extra more, right? Of those rolls. So you're not down there fighting people for the last box, bag, and can of crap. Or last TP for your bunghole. Roll. Make sense? Well, I'm just saying, it makes sense, you know? This is a luxury. What do I like on my barbecue plate? Cool, Riley. Then you see what I'm saying. And look, guys, if you go hoard and you buy everything, and then you're going to inconvenience the person right behind you. Then you can be able to get any TP for their bunghole. And whoop, 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 red flag. That guy's buying a whole bunch. He's a hoarder. Put him on a list. No. Here we go again. Look, honey, Riley's my lady. Look, Riley. Look at it. Hey, honey, shut the door. That closet's TP. It's a TP 2.0 debacle again here. Aren't you glad we went down to the store and every time we bought a little bit more? Honey, shut that closet. We got rolls coming out the closet there. Our neighbor, I don't think they got any. That's how you do it. You just buy a little bit at a time, right? So, all right. Anyways, I don't eat pork, okay? I mean, I know barbecue. So I don't know why you're asking me about barbecue. I ran my brother's business, Pig Lickers, for him for many years with him. And so I know barbecue. You don't know barbecue like I know barbecue. Most people don't know barbecue. So barbecue is a lifestyle, you know? So, but I do like, brisket, or like beef brisket, and I do like beef ribs, and you can put anything, chicken in a barbecue, in a smoker. If you smoke it right, it's just, my brother did competition barbecue, not just he had a barbecue business in a truck, but did competition, true competition barbecue. So barbecue is a lifestyle because you start rubbing butts, or if you're going to do whatever, pork butts or whatever, 3 days before it's normally on the, people used to get out and like on the job, they're like, damn, do you own the business? I'm like, no, it's my brother's. Like, we're always up for, he's like, they've been smoking barbecue for 3 days. He's tired as hell. You want this stuff to taste like it does. You ain't putting a little smoker in the barbecue. Is supposed to come with the barbecue sauce separate from the meat, not all rubbed together in some smash mass. That's not barbecue. Barbecue, the barbecue sauce comes separate. It's he did plate competition style. So so it's not, that's a sign. That's a sign that's long before 1945. So all right, yeah. So we could do some cool. See, that's what I'm saying, man. There we go. We need to have do you guys ever Do you guys ever smoke? You ever smoke salmon? Anybody ever smoke salmon? Or any kind of fish? What's the hardest part about smoking salmon? Some of you guys maybe heard me say this before. What's the hardest part about smoking salmon? The skin? Nice. The broy? Good stuff. All right. How about keeping them lit, guys? Keeping them lit. Smoking salmon? No, just kidding. All right. Guys, we had to break it down and have a little funny in here for a minute. The hardest part about smoking salmon is keeping them lit. All right. Give me a second here. We'll let you guys take a minute. We'll talk about the board some more here, because we see some people interested in the board. So, no, I didn't even get one laugh at you guys. You guys don't have that sick sense of humor like I got, do you? I got a weird, crazy sense of humor. But I tell you, actually, here I'm in Oregon, and a couple years they shut off the salmon. Salmon is an amazing. Okay. Don't get that joke. You don't get the salmon smoking a salmon like smoking a cigarette. You can't keep them lit or something. It's Indian picture, a big old fish in my mouth. Me trying to light the end of the fish or something. Never mind. All right, we'll tell another fisherman joke. Okay, what kind of fisherman? I don't have many jokes, so what kind of fisherman could tell a fisherman's story and never lie? What kind of fisherman could tell a fisherman's story and never lie? We'll do a little more humor, and then I'm going to take a pause for the cause here. Get my drink over here. I'm almost out of my Langer's pineapple juice. What kind of fisherman can tell a fisherman's story and never lie? Abraham Lincoln. That's good. No one? Says Nicola. I don't know. Chicken meat. Oh, yeah. Thank you again, Lady in Red. We haven't opened these yet, yeah. So thank you for the donations. All right. Okay, the what kind of fisherman? The question was, what kind of fisherman can tell a fisherman's story and never lie? I don't know if anybody likes to fish. Yes, thank you so much. In the boxes, we got the rest of here. So, okay, what kind of fisherman can tell a fisherman's story and never lie? We'll get one more guess. Can we get one more guess? One more guess. We got 50 here. Thanks for joining us tonight, guys. We'll get a bunch of crap on my hat there. What kind of fisherman could tell a fisherman's story and never lie? We got one more guess? Okay. Thanks for you guys already answered. Appreciate it. All right. Well, the kind of fisherman that can, the only kind of fisherman that can tell a fisherman's story and never lie. What's going on over here? Oh, hey, watch it. The only kind of fisherman that can tell a fisherman's story and never lie is a one-armed fisherman, because that son of a bitch was this big. Right? The one-armed fisherman, because it was this big. All right, good stuff, guys. We're trying to have a little humor in here. We're normally pretty serious on this channel. We do some pretty serious things, but all right. All right. The one-armed, because that son of a gun was this big. Oh, good stuff. We got a couple laughs out of you guys. All right, let me find my water here. You guys want to take a 5-minute break here? We'll come back and we'll talk about, I think we had some conversations about Iran that got brought up, which is really important. The LA riots. Man, one more question. Are you a drink or a food guy? I'm a food guy. You know, most people, they eat 3 meals a day to stay alive. Some of us are here just to eat. So I put some pretty good tacos out here in the desert. You guys should come join me. I got room for a couple of people out here, but they got to be the right people. They definitely have people who understand the ministry about predestination and whatnot. But if you ever want to live off grid, homestead, I live off the grid. We got Kevin. He's off the grid, man. Kevin went and got the nicest battery. He got a battery with a 10-year warranty on it. 10-year warranty, and it's a 200 amp hour. This is a serious battery. I mean, this thing can be, I don't really like new technology. Bluetooth. It's got this, I mean, it's nice battery, and he's never going to have, he can plug in a refrigerator. He's set to go. I haven't used the hot sauce yet. I think I put it up on the shelf. Yeah, I probably put it up on the shelf. So, Lady in Red. Oh no, no, it's over there, isn't it? Yeah, I took it over there. What did you send me here? What was this? This came from Lady in Red. Some rub or something. Is this taco seasoning? Is that what I see? Man, my eyes are so hammered now, guys. My eyes are hammered. I can't even hardly read anything anymore. It's getting so hard to taco seasoning. I can't read any of that stuff. I can't get my eyes to focus anymore. My eyes will not, because this eye's all messed up. This eye doesn't want to. It's hard, man. It's getting, yeah, it's shaped. So, all right. We're going to take a pause. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And we used these the other night. This is what we ended up using the other night. So thank you, Lady in Red. Nice. Lime and jalapenos. I love lime and jalapenos. So thank you, Lady in Red. Moderator, you guys. Lady in Red sent some more so we can teach you guys, okay? So we can do more lessons. So we thank the moderator. It's really getting low on pens, guys. Really getting low. And every time I went there the other day, and it's the first time I remember to buy pens. So they sold basically this pack right here. They sold this pack, but it had these 4 on the front of it. So I didn't buy it, because Lady in Red already sent me this pack. So I got this pack that had this on the front of it. They had one that had, I think that's 8, 12. And so I got this one. And then we know that Pastor draws a lot of Jupiters and a lot of suns on the board. So we need that orange is a very important part of the lesson to draw that sun. That's actually with the old marker. That's nacho sauce. Look at this, some nacho. That's nacho colored right there. Nacho cheese colored. So, yeah. I ended up getting these see this kind of got this powder blue and some purple. And so there was another set that had a different one. So, but I ended up bought this one too. So we can have some more colors. So appreciate it. We got lots of new markers here at the ministry. Because we'll use them until we turn them. We'll turn from this to this. Look at that. Isn't that a blessing? To be able to put this down. Look at that. Look at that marker, man. There is no... Look at that. That's what we do to these markers. It's all gone. So we use them. Hey, that one's still marking though. It's still doing it. So heck yeah. And then it's crazy because some of them will stop working almost right away. Yeah. Some will quit working. I bought that big set, that big double set. I think it had like 20 some markers. I'm telling you, like 12 of the markers didn't work. As soon as I bought it, I'm like, man. So, yeah, I got a bunch of them that don't work in here. This marker never worked. This marker never worked. Look, you can tell they never worked. Brand new. They never worked. Not one time. This marker never worked. This marker never worked. Yeah, I ended up throwing some of them away. This marker never worked. These were brand new markers and they never worked. Never worked. And I've tried because I looked online. There's some ways to like refurb them. I just wouldn't throw them away. Nothing would make them work. I think it was just a bad batch. And I bought a big set of them. So that marker never worked. I don't even have the lid on it. Never worked. Not one time. Straight out. I mean, you can tell. Look, it's never been used. I was so disappointed. I was like, Kim was all excited, and I was like, oh no, that'll work. So, but anyways, we got us a good set of markers, and then I don't think I'll use the bag that she gave me a bag, but thank you for the bag. But I probably need. I'm gonna probably get like a little tray or something to set them in, so they don't roll around. I set them on my little cowboy hat there. So, anyways, thank you, Lady in Red, the moderators, and I appreciate somebody else sent me a Cash App. I do appreciate it. I kind of went off on that once somebody had sent that, but I am going to get this ministry. I'm going to buy this property in Ecuador. I'm going to buy the property in Ecuador. Yeah, but I can't get it. Sometimes I can't, like I said, sometimes I get into something that's 4 months old. If I didn't get it 4 months ago and I can't get it now, I probably won't be able to see it. You know, I've had people send me Cash App and nothing comes with, I've gotten a payment before and I've gotten a message before, no Cash App. So I don't know what's going on with that. But thank you so much again. Appreciate it. I went and got some more. So we are set. No excuses now. We want more whiteboard lessons, right? We want more whiteboard lessons. You got plenty of markers. We don't want to hear your excuses. Give us more whiteboard lessons. So, all right, pause for the cause. Do whatever you got to do for a minute. I'm actually I might get my little sweatshirt here. It's starting to get a little chilly. Cool. All right, let's if you need to take the dog out, use the bathroom, take a smoke break, refill your water. Yeah, for a minute. I appreciate it, guys. I do appreciate it. I was really, like I said, sometimes they don't last very long. It's really weird. Sometimes I'll have a marker last for a long time. Sometimes they just, so P.O. Box 921, Christmas Valley, Oregon. If you want to send more markers, you don't have to, they die from time to time. So we have people say they're going to send markers, not kinetic, but like, I think Lady in Red has had at least asked for my P.O. Box 20 times. And nobody ever sent any markers. So it's okay because I kept forgetting. I go into town. I want to get out of town and come back to my dogs. So, all right. We'll go over this lesson when we come back over here. We'll talk more about the what we got here. Okay. Let's make our little there we go. All right. So do whatever you got to do. And yes, thank you, Lady in Red. Much love.
What are you going through here? Is that what you think, Molly, every time you come here? Then why the hell do you come back here? What, do I get your repeat business? You don't have any idea what you're talking about. That's why you don't know your hole in the ground, two cheeks to the same pole from a mule that's stubborn like an ass. So thanks for your repeat business every time you come back here, huh? Hooked on phonics work for me. Got you hooked like a crackhead. All right. Anyway, so which part of the ball are you on? Are you in this part of the ball? So when you're standing on the ball on the equator, are you standing like this? If you're standing up here in the northern hemisphere, you're down here at the southern, or you're down here? Yeah, I shaved at the year after it'd been a year since they swatted the house. I had some change in my lifestyle because Father's not giving me any change. So that's okay. He just keeps beating the snot out of me. So I've actually maybe come to the conclusion that maybe my son's not dead. I don't know. I don't know. I wish I knew something, but I don't know anything. Or my daughter. But I just have to live with it. Life ain't Burger King. You can't always have it your way. So, all right. Let's I'm not gonna stand up too long. I'll stand up for a little bit, and yeah, that was no, I don't know about a Cash App. It's no worries. No worries. Father does all things in my life. I wouldn't expect anything different other than difficult path. It's always a tough walk in my life. But hey, he gave me a big measure, and I have to hold up to this measure. And I'm sure once the measure is poured out, it will all equate. And as a matter of fact, I know it will. He said, if you endure the end, I'll save you. So you have to endure the end to be saved. Sozo, carried, picked up, lifted from beginning point to an ending point, healed. He will heal all my pain. He will right everybody anybody's wronged me. He will make that right. But I'm not going to seek vengeance, and I let Father fight all my battles. So, anyways, now I stand up for the Constitution now, right? I suffer because of that, and is what it is. So, life ain't Burger King once again. Can't always have it your way. How the heck would you know what a good time was if all you ever had was a bad time? Or if all you ever had was a bad time, how do you know what a good time was? He knows what he's going to do. He'll pour out a just measure. So where are you at on this ball? But someday I'll know. I might not never see my son or daughter again. I don't know. Father has to do that for me. Father has to unchain me to do a lot of things in my life. There could be a lot of things could be very different in my life, but this is where Father wants them to be at. They don't even make any sense. So he is 25 or 6 years old now. I think he is. When this whole incident started when he was a teenager, 19 years old. So it's crazy how long I've been in this battle, but I don't know. I had 8 years it took me to fight in custody to finally be able to get him from, we'll just say, not a good situation, in a situation where he had some normalcy or things in his life. He didn't need to be around some of the things he was around. So, guilty bystander, what is going on? I think guilty's got some yaks, must be from some other country. So are you from another part? Which part of the ball are you standing on here? Are you on the ball camp? So anyways, I just, like I said, after a year, I didn't know where my son was at and my daughter. And so I shaved just to get some change in my life, because I haven't shaved since I was a teenager. I've only ever shaved my face once or twice in my life. So you're in the middle part? Are you standing like this out there? Or are you just standing all sideways out there? Yak milk, see, yep. There you go. So is goat's milk and yeah, the milk they have in the grocery stores. Ugh, I don't drink milk. Goat milk is disgusting. Actually, you're in the ball. You're in the ball. You're in inner Earth. All right. You're the inner Earth, the black hole sun. Government side. Oh, I don't like the government. I rebuke all the governments. They're the killers. Yes, I remember when Pizza had it in a salad bar. I remember when Shakey's. You go to Shakey's Pizza. They had Mojo potatoes in the awesome salad bar. Yeah, that's someone who's been around for a long time. I hope you're not offended by this because it's not something that. Yeah, there we go. I'm on the dirty, filthy, some trash. Keep buying until it versus. I know that uniparty. There we go. Two wings to the same dragon, two cheeks to the same hole. Democrippery, blood bekin, it don't matter. Two, yep. Remember what red or blue, Crips or Bloods, it just don't matter. Suck or die for your life. Well, it did back in history. This has been used through Hinduism and well, possibly Max chilling. But let's talk about this. This is part of this 923 ritual. Okay. And the 923 is going to be this 9/11 ritual. And the pretendant is going to do it. It's the pretendant 9/11. 4 plus 5 is 9. 4 plus 7 is 11. 44, his buddy Barry or Barack Obama, he passed the 923 executive orders, which is the 2017 sign. That's right. Ashley knows that. Good. So it's not something that's people freak out like you're an idiot. You're a child. This has been used for a long time. To the wings, nice. Fed raptor, I like that. Guilty. I call it two wings to the same dragon, but that'll work. Yeah, see, that's a good question, but guys, they're trying to bring us back. If people would pay attention, they're trying to pull this back under this old law. This old law, taking and ripping Christ back down from the tree that he hung from. Okay? Anytime. We've all been guilty of doing that, so you know. If you take and you rip Christ down by committing sin for something he covered your sin for, then you're putting yourself back under the old law, where the wages of sin was death, the physical law. The physical law. So this 923 executive orders that was passed under the 44th administration allows the Federal Emergency Management Agency to put you into a work camp. And they did that during World War II to American-born citizens. I took an oath to the Constitution. I'm going to defend it until the day I die. And they already did this. I don't make predictions. There's no such thing as prophecy. They are doing this ritual of 1945 again. Why do you think they mentioned Pearl Harbor? Elon Musk mentioned it, and then they mentioned it with the Ukraine war over there, that it was their Pearl Harbor Day. They're doing this. Why do you think they just clipped the penny? It costs 14 cents to make a nickel. 14 cents to make a nickel. Yeah. American-born citizens. What do you mean Japanese American-born? You mean? No, they're American citizens. 14 cents to make a nickel, and they clipped the penny. They did that during World War II, 42 to 45. They took all the copper
They need it for war, and that rusty dustpan, stinky muskrat can't get that car to go 500 miles on a charge, and it's rusting. I think they're telling you something. That's a war metal. They did that during World War II. They took the nickel, from 42 to 45, they replaced it with silver. They're not doing that this time. Silver is the lifeblood of the military-industrial complex. They don't need silver anymore. They're going to this new tech. They're going to release this new tech that they've had. They're done using oil. That's how they built these megalithic structures back in history with sound and frequency wave, anti-gravitics, electrogravitics. This is all coming back. They've had this for how long have they been doing these oil wars? Osama bin Laden was an oil tycoon who did oil deals with the Bushes for over a decade. I don't want to hear it. He didn't drop 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. The president, 4 + 5 is 9, 4 + 7 is 11 is the one responsible. That's why he took the true trade centers and why the work is on the U.S. debt clock. Why is this on the debt clock? Why is all the work of this ministry that I've been doing out here for how long? 10+ years on the ministry? Right here. So the feds know exactly what I'm doing. I covered this. I live stream these events. This is why am I the only man on this rock that has this tattoo on my body? There's only one man that has this Revelation 12 sign literally tattooed on my body. That's 923. That's how important it is to me. The 2017 Great Red Dragon Eclipse was important enough for me to tattoo that on my body too, right there. See that Great Red Dragon Eclipse? 2017. I've been covering this for how long in this ministry? That took 7 years to complete that Alice symbol over. That's negation, like abyss. A negates, cancels. XXX, they stood on the X again. They did it in Rapture, Indiana. People went out there and thought they were going to get raptured. Remember, it went through 7 Salems, 7 Jerusalems, Oregon. That's why I put the Great Red Dragon Eclipse, because I don't care what this world thinks about me. I'm a MAGA. You know what a MAGA is? He sends his messengers, and I'm not a prophet. There's no such thing as prophecy. Prophecy was fulfilled when he hung on the tree that day. He fulfilled it when he said, no stone to be left upon another. I think you've been smoking too much, hitting that dragon pen too much. I'd be careful hitting that oil. The dragon's already interrupted that pen. Careful. Somebody hands you that pen, says, here, man, stay away from that. I'm telling you, be careful. He's had extra oil, but not that kind of oil. So, no such thing as prophecy. Okay? All prophecy was fulfilled at the time of Christ. So there's no modern day prophets walking around this earth right now. If you have that, earth is the people, not below your feet. Heaven's not above your head. There's no such thing as heaven above your head. You're not on a planet. If you're one of those, you got to go. You're a blasphemous swine is what you are. And he told me, do not cast my pearls in the mud. Before swine. Pigs. People in government. Not just these clown cops that roll around. They're doing it. All these governments are doing this. Who do you think made the sun go backwards? You think Mr. Stinky Muskrat had anything to do with that? With this Starlink satellite system? So, anyways, let's go back to this secret window here. If you want to go on the U.S. debt calculator, this sign right here is 923. This 923 is very important to these people. On 2017 of 923, it was 2017 that started this first 7 Salems where the sun came the wrong way. Started in Salem, Oregon, went through 7 Salem, 7 Jerusalems, and came out on the 33rd parallel in the Carolinas, like Christ 33 when he died, like a 33-degree Mason. Okay? And I made a big enough deal about it to tattoo my body and said, I don't care what you think, world. This started a 7-year, which took 7 years. They said to create that X. If you got an X over your back, that's not a good thing, right? They were talking about all these people going out to Rapture, Indiana on April 8th of 2024. They all stood on the X and they created all these national emergencies again. Well, you'd forgotten I'd already live streamed this black hole sun event where it went through Texas, Arc, Texas for the twice, okay, 7 Salems, and then it went through 11 Ninevehs. And I'd already given the sign before it ever happened of the sign of Jonah. It said that evil and adulterous generation will look for a sign, and the only sign they'll be given is the sign of Jonah. Remember? Boom! 3 days out of the belly of the whale, Honga Tonga, the 3 days of darkness. Like Christ was 3 days in the tomb, so was Jonah, was 3 days in the belly of the whale. They created a path of totality of darkness where the sun went the wrong way across this corporation. The wrong way. The sun goes the wrong way through 7 Salems, through the evil and adulterous generation. I'll look for a sign. The only sign that begins is the sign of Jonah, right? Right? Where he was spewed out onto the belly of the land after 3 days of darkness in the belly of the whale to warning of the coming of the destruction if they didn't turn of their ways, and Nineveh. And it passed through 11 Ninevehs. 11 Ninevehs. Each one of these towns was named in a different time. My ass. So, this is nonsense. And I know when I see something that it says the stars could be corrupted. I'm a MAGA. He sent me here to tell you celestially to be wise. Look up, for your redemption draweth nigh. Remember, I've given all you these celestial markers. I've gone back and forth in time with you, back before Christ was ever born. Brought you to celestial abyss understanding. Brought you to the birth marker that birthed the fire age, to water, deception. And then when the veil was lifted and we're already there, welcome to the new age. This is it. Welcome to the apocalypse. Welcome to the riders of Revelation. We're already in the second rider, the red horse, where man will start killing each other. Oh, we've already seen the rider in the White House. I mean, the white horse. The one with the bow and the air of the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease and warp speed. You tell me. In a 58-story Babylonian tower. I mean, Manhattan. Come on. You have to be a child not to see this. Oh, no. They ride the train. Remember, you got a majority of the people that were selling out sports arenas and leaving people in the cold. Loved riding the train. Got family members, very wealthy. So they think that this man's going to save them. You know, blind 11, baby. This is impeachable satire. Impeccable? Oh, I think it's impeachable. How are we to impeach this man? He has house decorated with warp speed, with Satan, Apollyon, the sun god, the transgender she, they, them, Booby Jesus. You're birthed in the middle of the sun god winter, Apollyon. Yes, remember they thought the sun was dying. They prayed to Saturn, Kronos. You think it's funny, but yes, they re-voted for like Barack Obama, a known homosexual, twice. Yeah, and Manshell already came out and said, yep, he's a dude. Yep, I already been saying that. Remember, I'm a prior law enforcement officer. So it might be satire to you, but you love your bread and circus. You like Rome, don't you? Probably went to your Super Bowl, huh? Halftime show. Don't worry, they got a Super Bowl just for you. You're a straw man, let me guess. Jib. This is you. They're going to put you in bubble trouble. You're in bubble trouble over here. You can get in your Walmart work camp, okay? Don't say a thing. Satire. There's where your new future homes. There you go in your megalithic city, in your millimeter dome. So enjoy your work camp, because they did it to World War II to the seventh king. Remember, here in America, they put American citizens, American-born citizens. So satire for you, but not satire for me, because I took a note to the Constitution. And if you're not an American, this doesn't apply to you. So don't worry about it. But I still try to defend the right of the people. You know, we're all one race, the human race, man and woman. So anyways, I think Jib needs some entertaining. But anyways, now see about idolism. Get them out of here. They're idiots. So, okay. But anyways, this worshiping of this seventh king is the one that is this. Seventh king is the one in scripture that would be revealed as the eighth king. Man, that light's shining right in my eyeballs. Hold on. That we reveal as the eighth king. It's somebody we saw in our lifetime. So let's go over this so that we know. Remember? Who did we see? Because if it's somebody that we've seen in our lifetime, why do people say it's Abadonald John? Why does it say it's Abaddon John? He wasn't the seventh king. Remember, the seventh king was somebody we saw when this nation in 1948 was formed. Remember, let's write that down. Let's open up. Which one we're going to open up? We're going to open up. Oh, no, we already got some open here. We already got some open. In 1948. Remember? In 1948. Wow, look at those pens. They formed this nation of Israel right here. They formed this nation. This nation was formed off this conjunction of the sun and Saturn. This was a triple conjunction that they saw 3 times, right? 3 times they saw this conjunction in Aries down here. If you don't know, this is how this nation was formed. They knew of all these coming events, even of this Revelation 12. Eyes of MAGA, I'm trying to make you understand how they knew this was coming. Remember this star marker here between 2 and 3 BC with the king star. This one here is Jupiter. Remember, it's called the king. Ooh, let's add a little more color to that. Hey. We got an orange. Let's try our... Yeah, baby. This is not astrology. This is called astronomy. There's a difference. Know the difference, please. Oh, yeah, baby. We got some orange on there. Okay, so we got the king star. Jupiter is called the king because it's out the longest in the night sky, and it is the brightest star. It's a Jovian gas giant, okay? It's the second largest star in our solar system. First, obviously, it'd be the sun. Yes, astronomy and astrology are 2 different things. I'm telling you where these star markers were at, okay? Well, obviously, but I'm telling you, this is the sun. It gets the name the king because it's obviously the sun. I just said that, so you're repeating me now. Okay, so hold on. Hey, we got the little misshape in here. So here, I just freehand all this, so you have to give me a second. My OCD was, I looked at Jupiter and it was a little unshapely. So, there we go. It's more shapely now. So we just draw this. Okay, but when we saw the morning star and the king star conjunct, we left this age of fire and we came into the age of what is known as water, or the age of Pisces. Because remember, it was this Pisces that when these 2 bodies conjuncted each other, the king star, right? The king star and the morning star, it made this. This is known as what is known as vesica Pisces, right here. Vesica Pisces. This is how we all came in through the matrix. The matrix is not out here. This is the woman's, well, that's her, you know what? Something smells a little fishy, like Pisces. We're all birthed. He didn't exist. Father did not exist in flesh. Father visited 1 day a year behind the physical temple, behind the veil. Remember? He visited as light. He said, I am the horizo. He had to birth a flesh vessel to fulfill the Gentile nation through the matrix, through the amniotic fluid. That's why he birthed the age of fire to water. He had to birth a flesh vessel, birth of the amniotic fluid. We all were birthed through this fluid. Just like it's right here. Just like the Revelation 12 sign. Birth of a virgin, right? Virgo. The Revelation 12 sign. There'll be a great sign in the firmament. Revelation 12. I'm telling you, we're in this age. I don't care what anybody said. I've seen these star markers. I already saw this. We'll go back in time, like we'll go back to the future. But this birth Pay attention to this 923, why this is so important to them. Okay? This is why this is so important to them. Okay? Notice this all happened, all these lined up too, because we'll come back. I'll talk about this if we get to this, and I don't decide to take a seat here in a minute. Okay? But I hope you understand when we came into this age, like I said, when we came into this age, because I've been talking about back here, why do I want to look? Why do I want to look at these markers? Well, if this age was birthed between the morning and King Star, that birthed through the Pisces, through the vesica Pisces, this is what birthed Christ. This conjunction, this marriage, this union between these two bodies to come one whole poured whole, one body. That's their love of the halo too. That black hole sun. Let's turn this away a little bit so you can see it. There it is. Right there. On my body. The black hole sun. That's how I was able to do that in 2023. And tell you guys this was going to happen. Okay? I'm not a prophet, so there's no such thing as prophecy. So I pay attention to these signs. So this birth right here is how we all came into this. This is a 18 and older stream. Okay? You notice a lady, she's shaped like an hourglass, right? Our lady's shaped like an hourglass. So we all come through this matrix, through the amniotic fluid. Whoa, hey, careful. That is called the matrix, or the Pisces, or they call this vesica Pisces. Because if you drew this like this, you could go like this, and you could draw the fish. Is this making sense? This is how he birthed a flesh vessel through the woman, through the virgin, to leave the age of fire to the age of meek, through the Pisces. So how I was able to tell what they were going to do in 2023 on the 2017 over here. Remember, in 2017, I will just start a count of 7 years. 7 is the number of completion. 7 is the number of completion. To be 7 is to be matured. There were 7 Shemitah cycles of 7, which was 449 years. And on the 50th year, there was a jet jubilee, a forgiveness cycle, right? The sign of Jonah, the evil and adulterous generation, be look for a sign, the only sign that be going, if they turn from their ways. We've seen the same parable. So 7 in 2017, we saw in Salem, Oregon, because they made a national emergency over here. They were renting out rooms they had rented out, and then Kate Brown, they started price jacking people and having this because people were showing up. So this went through seven Salems where the sun went the wrong way, and it came out on the 33rd parallel. Okay? So I knew this was not right. I knew it enough to go ahead and tattoo what was known as the Great Red Dragon Eclipse, which I have right here is the Great Red Dragon, and the eclipse where it went through and it made a diagonal, and I knew that's not how an eclipse happens, because an eclipse happens on a horizontal, right? Horizo. He said, I am the horizo. And I knew that they were going to do this black hole sun because I kept seeing them do all this worship of their symbolism. You're under armor. Symbolism. The same thing. I did live streams about this event before this event here and said the sun's going to go the wrong way. I did this on TikTok. I streamed thousands of hours on this same subject where it came down and it went through Ark, Texas. Ark, Texas. See, 7 Salems. It went through 7 Jerusalems and it came out on the 33rd parallel. Oh, where'd my chat go? I lost my chat. Okay, so I knew something wasn't right. Remember, I saw the sun hit the side of the moon. We'll call this the sun. And then the moon hit the side of it that day. So I knew it should have happened the way that I have it here. Horizontally. Remember, they tell us in school, it's got to be this far apart and this far apart for there to be an eclipse and all. Okay, just so I said, this is the sun doesn't travel the wrong way because New York, the ball drops, right? Like the Big Apple over here, right? Like New York, like the Big Apple, right? Got your Big Apple here. Not a very good apple, but remember the ball drops? It's more like a heart. If I put some leaves on it, it'll look like a... You got some green? Oh, that's cool. Where'd my green go? Oh, here we go. Go this green. We get to try out our new. All right, so remember the Big Apple? The ball drops in New York. You get it first, like because of the time change. You get it? Over here. So the sun comes across the U.S. that day. Okay, 2017, August. It hits the side of the moon right here. The moon hits the side of the sun. And then I watch how the sun, because if we turn this all into the sun, that's not the exact color, but that'll work for now. It starts making this diagonal eclipse through the sun. And I'm telling everybody, that's not how an eclipse works. I've studied every eclipse that I've ever seen and gone through every context on, and this is not how this works. And people told me, oh, you're crazy. Well, I went ahead and tattooed my body with that same diagonal eclipse through my body back then. And because it started this 7-year process where it took 7 years where it's going to actually, remember, on 2023, I kept seeing this symbolism of this turn up and turn out and all this Under Armour. I said, guys, they're going to do this black hole sun and this eclipse is going to come vertically, like Verizon. I got more bars and more places. All right, you guys are, all right, I'll be the crazy one like Noah until it rains and then you'll be on the other side of the door. But I hope this is getting through to some of you. So this is this symbolism where they actually did this. And then on April 8th or on October 23rd of 2023, the sun went the wrong way again, and it created a second day of darkness, a path of totality across this corporation where the sun went the wrong way. Nobody's like, okay, whatever. So I did again. I held an event. I held it at Predestined for Light, this channel here, out here at the desert again. I had probably 5 hip campers out here for this event, and we've live streamed it. We saw the sun do exactly what I said it would do. And that eclipse came from the top down, just like you see here, vertically. So nailed it. Okay, but that's all right. It ain't about being right or wrong. I don't care. So then I said, look, guys, they're having a pretty large event. I even warned about an event happening over on the East Coast, about a water event. And it did happen because we had Hurricane Helene. Remember, I invited people who are laying dead right here, to come over here with me in Oregon. I did, and that's up to Father. Father didn't, but I gave the opportunity from anybody over here, anybody that wanted to come over here, and said if this event didn't happen, that when it was done, you could go back home. Did I not? Can I get a witness? Can I get a witness on this channel before I move forward? Can I get a witness? Did I not ask anybody and invite my home? Property, bring your house, bring your family, bring your company. I'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. If you don't want to be there for a minute, come over here. And if nothing happens, you can go right back over there. I don't want any money from you. I just get a feeling there's a water event that's going to happen over here. And I talked about a shifting of the tides on that 79 AD pinch that we went in. I'm sure you couldn't film it for some reason. So no, we filmed it. So I offered anybody that's Father's will, not of my own. But there are dead people laying in the ground. I don't know if I got a witness that I said you could come over here if we had this event, and said, I'm not making any kind of, I don't want to make any kind of prophecies. I'm just saying, if you wanted to leave, you could come here. I'll put you up. I'll feed you. You can leave when the event's, whenever after this April 8th, and go back home. And it just hurts my heart to know that there's people that are laying in the ground right now that could have been here with me. And that's okay. That's fathers. They're not having to see this crap that's going on right now. This is hard to watch what's happening right now. This is even much harder than this day back here on April 8th of 2024. I can't believe how much has happened since that day. So anyways, I held a live stream talking about how they were going to clear all these national emergencies. It was going to go through Ark, Texas, and then it was going to cross through Rapture, Indiana, and how many people are going to go out there and show up and be disappointed because there's no such thing as rapture in Scripture. And then it went through 11 Ninevehs. 11 Ninevehs. You got to imagine, each one of these towns were named at a different time. And it went all the way through, all the way up all the way up into Nova Scotia it went into. There was a Nineveh, Nova Scotia, and it went through Ark, Texas, and 11 Ninevehs. You telling me that each one of these towns was named at a different time, and that there were 7 Salems named at a different time, that this is real? This is the 3 days of darkness that it speaks of, brothers and sisters, in Scripture, okay? This is them mocking people who are too just, they get away with doing this stuff, but I'm not going to let them on my watch. Remember, I took an oath. I'm a soldier of God. I'm a United States Army veteran. I will not quit my post until they come out and remember all these people too, they got sick. Some people got sick too, standing on this pad. They were spraying the living piss out of this sky out here too. But people went to Rapture, Indiana, were completely disappointed. Again, this word doesn't, but don't think that that's not going to happen. But I want you to pay attention. This took 2000 what? What was the first year I said that this started? 2017. When did this happen? 2024. This took 7 years. 7 years to create this Aleph symbol. Aleph is the number of negation. That's this symbol right here. Cancel. Negates. Negates. It took 7 years to create this Aleph symbol, which means the negation, to be completed, to be sevened, to be matured or finished, to be done. So I want you to know that if I'm paying attention to something and I'm telling you about signs over here, I know a real sign in the firmament as opposed to a fake sign. I know this isn't real. So I want you to be very cautious. It says that the stars could be corrupted. Okay? So when we birthed this celestial marker right here, this Magi watched the king star birth the morning star. I'm telling you, they created this nation of Israel here off this triple conjunction. Whoa, slow down, phone. All right, I got you on the edge of this thing. They created this nation off this triple conjunction to create this nation of Israel in 1948 with the sun and Saturn. It was a triple conjunction back in Aries, which is the tabernacle. Aries is the tabernacle. Aries, Pisces, Aquarius. This is their bookmarks. We're coming back, brothers and sisters, whether you understand. It's taken back in 2014. I want to scoot back out, and I'll give you a channel that'll help you refer to this, okay? A little bit more if you don't understand what I'm talking about. This all started back for modern time now that we need to be watchers on the wall, if you will, with this tetrad blood moon. We had these tetrad blood moons, okay? I have these markers not for a reason. There was the super blood moon. Remember, one of them was a super blood moon. This is a bookend. We're about ready on August 12th. We're about ready to come back to the same spot again. This is very important. You might want to pay. I'm not picking a date. Don't like I'm saying it's the end of the world. I'm telling you, just get to the point, man. Moderate this person out of here, please. This impatient person that has no concentration for me, kinetic. This AKA. We're not going to go any further until they're moderated out of here. I can't stand people who have no patience. It's a tapestry of events. Thank you. So this took 7 years to complete this Alice symbol, brothers, sisters. This has taken back from 2014, where this started with this tetrad blood moon. This is so important that I have this tattooed on my body. It doesn't have to mean anything to you, okay? And that's fine. Go away. Girl, don't go away, man. Just go away, okay? Your traditions of men, you Jezebel, leave now. Your spirit, you Hokadesh, now welcome here. I don't do none of that. This ain't about some reading palms and doing astrology. And it says there'll be signs in the stars, sun, and moon. Okay, in Genesis for times and seasons. So you might want to pay attention to what time you're in now, because most people don't even know that we've already left this age of deception. When we birthed this age of fire to water, we entered into the age of what is known as deception, where the deadly head wound that was healed in Scripture was healed by Constantine, where he brought in all this paganism worship of this wheel worship that was outlawed, not to be worshipped in, none of this was to be brought into the church anymore. But remember, Constantine thought he was going to lose his empire. These people who were worshiping sun and tree worship, Baphomet worship, the same symbol that Katy Perry had, this Baphomet symbol, which is this Baal. Baal is the god of 3 and 1 genders, beast, man, and woman, where they have their bestiality ritual festival in the middle of the winter, 17th of December to the 24th, where they eat this barbecue marinated man after having sex with beast, man, and woman. This orgy Jesus, let me she, they, them, Booby Jesus, right here. Yep. So I go against this. This is the one that Trump, when he says God, he's talking about this God, Apollyon. He doesn't believe in redemption, salvation, forgiveness. He wants to take this nation back under the Sabbath, the Sunday laws. So I'm going back under this so you understand what is about to happen. And I'm not a prophet. I understand what they're doing. He sent me to declare this message. There's no other live stream that's doing this right now, declaring this 1945 ritual of this wheel worship, where they thought this goddess of heaven was the Big Dipper spinning this North Star. What's this? This is the Big Dipper. Notice these 3 constellations here make up Orion's belt, which is what? The 3 pyramids that are on this rock. They've known of this for thousands of years. They're hiding this cycle. Remember, it's not 2025 right now. You're an idiot. You're a lunatic. The New Year's does not start in the middle of the winter. You got bang, bang, orgy Jesus. Let me see your decima. Everybody get your hands up. The transgender, let me she, they, them, Booby Jesus, the one with breast. Father didn't have breast, remember? He visited behind the temple as behind the veil. This veil was put over the nations before. In this age, he visited 1 day a year as light. Remember, he said no stone would be left upon another. He destroyed all those physical laws. So if you put yourself back under that Sabbath law, that's the Old Testament under Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, whether venial or mortal sin, the wages of one was death, one. So that's what you do when you rip Christ back down from that tree that he hung from, or you put yourself back under that old covenant, Old Testament law. So it's very important. You want to put yourself not under this law of flesh. He said when he hung on a tree that day, it is fulfilled. It is written in the book of Colossians 2:14. He says, once it was written on tables of stone. Remember, prophecy was fulfilled when he said, no stone to be left upon another. Moses was given the law on the mount. Those 613 statutes, commandments was orally then written, pounded out on stone, is now blotted out and sprinkled with the blood of the Lamb on fleshy tables of our hearts. He's inside of us now. He's not never been in the sky. He is inside of us. This ain't no I'm not a Bible thumper. The Bible is a book. It was never written on a book there, Stony. Too much dispensary dragon pen. It was written on scrolls, tablets. Adios, muchacho. The blood of a woman inside us. No, Christ wasn't a woman, so you're an idiot. You got the other she, they, them, Booby Jesus. My father did not have flesh. He had to birth a flesh vesicle through the vesica pisces. Through the vesica pisces. Something smells a little fishy in here. Vesica pisces. See, this is how important this is to pay attention to these celestial star markers. Through this amniotic fluid, every one of you that's witnessing this today was birthed through this amniotic fluid right here. Your mother gave you weren't born from some alien. Heck, even if they put you in a test tube, you're still born in some kind of fluid. So father didn't exist with breast, and Jesus Christ, the Hamashiach, born of Bethlehem from the house of David, didn't have breast. So stop with your nonsense. This religion you worship today was because Constantine thought he was going to lose his empire to these Gothic tribes that were worshiping the sun and tree worship. Moloch killed his brother Nimrod. Moloch, tree worship, you're an idiot. You're some religious, idiot. So I rebuke all these religious idiots. They can't talk about these things. They hang out in houses made by hands. And remember, he said, the Most High, not drugs, you idiot, does not dwell in temples made by what? Christ in you. So he doesn't dwell in a temple. He said no stone be left upon another. He destroyed the physical temple. Remember, the law was housed within the Ark of the Covenant, the two cherubs within the temple. It was physically destroyed. Every building was turned into gravel. They plowed salt in the land so they would not return there. Because Ahab married Jezebel, not some fallen angels or some dude that's 30 foot tall with a magic school bus shoving it in some 5 foot woman's frame. That should have went, hey, something doesn't add up there. You're telling me they birthed the word Nephilim means bully, and you're a Nephilim. I've been one myself, a Nephilim. It means this. It's basically a demon. It's the same thing. A distributor of fortunes or lies. You're pushing your bull crap dung on somebody else. That's what a demon is. You're a liar. A distributor of fortunes or lies to others, but you won't define anything. Nobody will define anything anymore. They just bunch of translators to go after this transgender booby Christmas Jesus birthed in the middle of the winter. The demon is a distributor, baker of fortunes or lies. If you get your lexicon out and you just define the words that she said, I am the hados. That means narrow, like a sieve. Let me teach you this. I'll give you a little lesson here. We'll pull over here. We got room for this. We can put it right there. We'll put it right there. In the book of Matthew, he said, who shall ever come after me, let them deny themselves. This is the word hados. 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 I am hados. That means to be in the same narrow way. Same narrow way, like two spoons laying in a drawer. Any ladies like to spoon? And I'm not saying in a way. There's just something about being close to somebody, conforming to their image, if you will. But like hados it's a sieve. It's actually the word theolobo. Theolobo means to be pushed. If you speak any Greek, probably I speak 50 languages, but anyways, you won't go there. So I speak in Mountain Dew sometimes. Careful. I don't drink soda, but I'll speak in Mountain Dew. So Broadway is the wide gate. So he says in the book of Matthew, because see, when Father pulls you to him, because Father in his word, he said, who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves through Matthew. But remember what he said, if I did not call out to their hearts to seek after me. This is the greater than or less than symbol. Okay, the greater than or the less than symbol. This is Brother Jim Brown's teaching. Okay, this is Brother Jim Brown. I just do a little mirror of Brother Jim's teaching. So he said in the book of Matthew, who shall ever come after me, let them deny themselves. Now remember, S-E, notice each one of these letters is getting smaller. So I'm not some capital letter corporation, right? Who shall ever come, let them deny themselves. That's the word self. You can put your name right there. You can put your name right here. Self. If your name's Bob, you can put B-O-B. Well, that's a terrible E. Normally I have a little more room. Self. Whosoever command, let them deny themselves. He says, take up your cross daily. Now look at, when God pulls you to him, because he said, if I did not call out to their hearts to seek after me, that not one of them would. Not one of them would. Not one of them would. So you're not going to God because you accepted Christ or you got saved. Father said, if I didn't call out to their hearts, which are continuously filled with wickedness, our hearts are continuously. So you've got that half full, half empty cup. That's like that 2 girls in a cup. Leave that crap at the door. The heart is continuously filled. That means that cup would never stop overflowing with wickedness. Our hearts are filled with wickedness. So it would never stop overflowing. So I don't want to hear your Christian cracker bull nonsense, religious idiot. Your heart is continuously filled. And if he didn't call out to our hearts to seek after him, not one of us would. So you're not coming to Christ because you accepted Christ, you got saved. He calls out to our hearts to seek after him. A little different than you may have been given the knowledge. It's in the scripture. So let the scripture set you free, okay? The heart is continuously filled with wickedness. Not this half full, half cup, okay? I don't want to hear it. It would never stop overflowing. Oh, God knows what's in my heart. You're looking at somebody who's never picked up the book once and ever read it. They just are some religious idiot. So he said, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. Who shall ever come after me, let them deny themselves daily, take up your cross daily, and follow after me. So when Christ starts pulling you to him, if you notice, every time you deny yourself, you can put your name in here. If your name is Jack or Bob or Stacy or Terry or whatever it is, just make it. He'll keep growing inside of you. But you have to deny yourself if you want Christ to grow in you. When you're a baby believer, look old big old you over here. Well, he's small over here when he first starts. But you've got to continue to deny yourself and he will continue to grow inside you. That's the beautiful thing. And he's not in some church. Brothers and sisters, Christ doesn't exist in a church. Who shall ever come after me, let them deny themselves daily, take up your cross daily and follow after me. It's in his word, okay? So if this calls out to your heart, I thank Brother Jim when he showed this to me. But this is the word theolobo. Theolobo means to be pushed on both sides, brothers and sisters. Pushed on both sides. Theolobos means to be pinched. Pinched. Now I want you to, look. Now watch, it's right here. Broad is the way. He tells us in the book of Matthew. This comes out of Matthew. Who shall ever come after me, let them deny themselves daily. In the book of Luke, it tells us, the sister chapter, my disciples, okay? Take up your cross, follow after me. There's always a sister chapter if you'll read. Father always declares that witness, if you will, and he always does declares too. It's so beautiful about his lesson. So let me teach you this. It says in Revelation 9:11, that they have a king over them. That king is the abyss. Narrow, there we go. Josh is already on it. So narrow is the path that leads to the straight gate. And he tells us in the book of Matthew, enter through the straight gate. For broad is the way that leads to the wide gate. Because they're not willing to deny self. This is the word theolobo, to be pushed on both sides. Theolobo in the Greek, theolobo. Theolobos is to be pinched down to fit through that straight gate. So he tells us in the book of Matthew, enter through the straight gate, for broad is the way. Notice all these big cities got a big broad way and a Martin Luther King and a Main Street that leads to the wide gate that leads to the abyss. That leads to hell. The only way you're going to get to through the gate, the straight gate, is to deny yourself. That's why I keep bringing you to this ministry, that the heart is continuously filled with wickedness. Let Father call out to you. You're not doing it. Keep supping with this word. He will show you the gospel. Your friends are going to hate you. Your family's going to hate you. You're not going to bring those Christmas party presents, and you're probably going to lose your job. But here you go. Welcome to be on the narrow way. So hopefully that calls out. This is the horn of plenty, the greater and less than sign. Brother Jim teaches this. It's a beautiful lesson. You can show this to people who are not religious, and they'll go, wow, no, okay, I see what you're saying. So the less I do of me, the more he'll grow. Because when you're big old, you're a baby believer, you're big over here, but he's small inside of you. And the more that you'll sup with him, knock, and you shall receive. I shall answer. I will sup with you. Seeking you shall find. Ask it. It's there. It's all there in the scripture. And it's the meat that he wants you to eat of, not some watered down religious nonsense. It's a difficult path that it takes to get to Father. Daily, we do this every day, and people think we're nuts. And that's okay, because we're not supposed to do any of this worshiping of this wheel and celebration of Christmas and Martin Luther King Day and Labor Day. We actually, because he fulfilled all the celebrations and rituals and customs, we're not going to be, only by faith. One word, faith, are we saved. Faith, that's it. But you got to put legs on faith. He said, who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves. I want to find your loins girded in my service, have your lamps trimmed and burning bright. Girded, well, that's like the word believe. That's an action word, right? So you got to put legs on faith. So hopefully that'll call out. I'm going to have to sit down, guys. I appreciate it. I'll go over just a little bit more of this, but I'm going to have to. I've been digging a whole lot out here, guys. I've been trying to get a lot more done out here at the desert. But I do want you to understand. Yes, we must be innocent like a child. Does a child worry about his bills and his car and his car insurance or her car insurance or all the mortgage or all the things that the kid got to be at a karate practice? And they're like chasing their shadow all day long. They don't care about none of those things. They don't care about worldly things. They just want to. That little child goes up and takes a little ball out of your yard. He don't even know he's doing wrong. I love it. That's that voice of accountability that will turn on someday. It does. The little child go over and take the ball out of the yard. He didn't know he'd do anything. She don't need it. But there's a voice on one side of their head that turns on that says, don't take that ball. Little Jenny's dad's going to come out and shows you that, what's going to happen to you too. And then do you listen? There ain't no conscience. It's called the Ruach HaKodesh. Christ has always been inside of you. Christ in me, Christ in you. Hallelujah. I love it, brothers and sisters. I love this gospel so much, but that's what I'm saying. I miss who's doing some work on the backup channel. So you want to see some crazy stuff, go see Pastor Revelation get a gun pulled on him. Trying to buy some more property for the ministry, so I'll go put the freeze dryer in. I ended up getting a gun pulled on me. The guy really tried to squeeze the trigger. Kevin watched it. He tried and he couldn't shoot me. And I my back at him. He still didn't care. So thank you, Father, for keeping me here, because I couldn't even be doing this lesson today. I'd probably be in the hospital all laid up with a bullet in my back, because I had my back and the guy would have shot me in the back. He didn't go to jail, though. It was so crazy. It is what it is. So my life is nuts. The man's nuts. Grab him. No, you keep your hands to yourself. I'm not talking about that kind of nuts. A chipmunk got the brain the size of a pea, right? Or a squirrel, always trying to get a nut, and nobody needs to tell it to put up nuts for the winter. Now, who's nuts? You tell me. The man's nuts. Grab him. I say, keep your hands to yourself. All right. We're going to take a pause. I'm going to sit down and take a rest here. But I do want you to understand this 923, guys. I hope you see that that this 923 is exactly what is going on right now. What they're replaying is this 1945 ritual where the seventh king is being revealed as the 8th king, and we already see it. This whole going into Iran it's epic, guys. This is something that what? You guys need to go outside? All right. I think I'm going to throw on my... Starting to chill out here in the desert a little bit. So I appreciate it. Thanks, everybody, hanging out. Like I said, I'd love to do some more about the old back. I've been digging every day. And, man, what I've been getting into is I've been getting into like 35. I think I'm about 35 feet down now from where I'm at. It's a pretty dig. So I've been doing a dig for a lot of years. Man, whatever I'm getting into is some... I don't know what it is. I'll try to bring you guys out there. I don't think I could take you down into the hole where I'm at. But this is to put the water in for the underground garden. So I may have to go ahead and break out that well drilling kit that I bought. Because I'm like, I told Kevin, I'm like, hey, they've done this before. They'd all do this. I've been doing so much digging out here. And I started digging out here. I was in my 30s. Well, no, I was in my 40s. I was, now I'm in my 50s. So I'm still fit. Remember, I don't have any body fat or anything, but man, this stuff I'm getting into, I wouldn't even know how to explain it to you. It is like it's almost like it's like a wet rock, you know what I'm saying? And it's hard to chip away, even with the Pulaski or a shovel or a pick. It does not want to. It comes out in a different. There was a lot of this used to be sitting with 500 feet. Okay, cool. So did some of you got that? Okay, Brady, did anybody kind of understand this 923, guys? Look, I'll finish. I'm going to stand up for one more minute because I want to kind of bring this home for some of you guys who have been watching. We just had this No Kings ritual, you guys. What do you call it? A ritual or whatever you wanted to call it. They just brought 700 Marines onto the streets and brought National Guard out, and that was a large event, okay? That was a planned event. It wasn't something that just sprung up. They paid people to protest. They're paying people $1,000 a day to go out there and do that. It was quite the event, and it just leads to something else. But it was called the No Kings protest. They're just mocking people who are not scripturally nice. Yeah. Always partly cloudy over there, Kinetic. Nice. Okay, so this whole, again, this ritual of this king's protest that they just did, right? This was a planned event, and it was planned well in advance, and they're calling it the No Kings. Okay, so I want you to be aware that this 923, okay, this 923 executive orders that they passed, okay, during the 44th administration, they're starting to instill some of these things right now. And I'm trying to make people come to the understanding that this is this 1945 ritual where the 923 executive orders, just like World War II, they interned American-born citizens. They were born here in the United States of America. They were not from another country. And now they're starting to get people out of here that are not. And I don't agree with a lot of how this is being done. They're taking people who've been here for 20 and 30 years. They're not going after a lot of these people they let come in here for decades. So this is another one of these contrived problem, reaction, solution, Hegelian dialect where they create these problems. I've done thousands of hours on this ministry talking about these same things that are going on right now. So I want you to pay attention to the No Kings protest, because who paid for it? Who paid for it? Who was the presenting sponsor? I've done a lot of large, events where I've marketed you know, and you can have a presenting sponsor, like the person who pays for the whole event. You can have gold sponsors and silver and you know, copper. You know, you can. Who was the presenting sponsor of this? No kings, no kings. And I've been warning you in Revelation 3:11. It says, well, yes, Josh, but there was a donor that made a larger, which is part of the government, subsidized corporation. They're actually a corporation in cooperation with Department of Homeland Security. This corporation, subsidized corporation. This America is that corporation, whether people realize it or not. I'll give you a hint. It's the same family that interned American citizens born in the United States during World War II. And intern American citizens and put them into work camps. Made American citizens work. Pulled you out of your home and made you go work for the government. For them. I don't care what your life is anymore. You're doing this now. Be quiet, get on the bus, get on the track, and get on the tram law. So who interned American citizens during World War II? Hint. Which family? It was a family. They are a large corporation in this country right now, which is not a country, it's a corporation. Because they're the same ones that were, nope, not the Rothschilds. Thank you for your answer. It's not the Rothschilds. They're in on it too, but they're not the ones that have, you know, put themselves in the main stream. Not the Rockefellers either. And they're still on this too. They're still part of all this as well. So let's not count them out. You have a stupid name, United States of America Incorporated. Your name is stupid. Hey, United States of America, the corporation, get out of here. It's corporation. So get out of here. I rebuke America. You're an idiot. Your name is stupid. I rebuke this country. It's a slave nation of people who don't even know anything about the original founding of the country. So who's behind it? Who funded this? The same people that interned American citizens during World War II. They're going to do it again using these 923 executive orders. Executive Order 11004 allows the Emergency Management Agency, federal, whatever you want to call it, not Lockheed Martin. They're all part of this, though. Man, good. You guys are on this. Just say it already. Nope. Get him out of here. He can't concentrate. We're giving some people, there's 71 people in the room. Slow down, Turbo. We're giving some people a chance to answer. Spark the algorithm a little bit, okay? Slow down. You're going too fast. It's a marathon life. You know, you come out the gate too fast, doesn't mean you're going to win. Better pace yourself. Better look around. There's 72 of you in the room. You want to win, have your head in victory. You better win. Finish the strongest. The algorithm. There we go. Trevor got it. So thanks for sparking the algorithm. So the question again, Josh, was during World War II, there were American citizens born, taken off this country's streets and put into work camps and made to work for the government. They've done this before. These people were born in America. This is World War II. Remember, first there was tariffs, embargoes, then there was Pearl Harbor, and then there was Nagasaki, Hiroshima. So, no, it wasn't the Al Gore family. That was just we were sparking the Al Gore rhythm. So, you guys, this is the Waltons, okay? The Waltons. Sam Walton, Walmart. Walmart interned American citizens. They were in charge of the internment of the American citizen born in America. Their parents were born in Japan. They were born here in America. They still put them into work camps. So don't tell me this ain't going to happen. And they just sponsored this No Kings event. So I don't want to hear it. I already got it right. I've been telling you guys this is going to happen on this channel. Not as a prophet. Not as some, I don't do that. I decode. I took and I look at history and I look at what they do, and they do these things over and over again. So expect them to intern American citizens again. Expect a Nagasaki and a Hiroshima event where I said they'll use hydrogen, not atomic. It will not put a pancake print of radiation out. It is Netanyahu just asked Donald McNugget McScrooge for bunker busters. For bunker busters. That's hydrogen. It doesn't leave out that print, but they can say, hey, you got to get the fuck out of here. It's radiated. And do you have a red detector? Do you have it radiated? Are you going to be able to get it? No, they're going to tell you to get the hell out of there. It's a national emergency. Does that make sense? Now they can do this wherever they want and start relocating people with just hydrogen, water. Ba-boom. Still leaves a mushroom cloud. Everybody will get it on their little, oh my gosh. Ah, it's the end of the world. No, it's not putting out that pancake print of atomic. So expect tariffs, embargoes. We already saw that at Pearl Harbor. Yep. And then hydrogen. So that's get away from society, Trevor. Find a place to community of people who want to live and don't want to fight anybody. Find people who actually don't want to fight. Trevor, find people who don't want to fight, who have extra food, extra fuel, extra things, and they don't want to fight all this. Go to a country. Get away from the cities. No, they were in front of the whole thing. I don't want to hear you don't know your ass from a hole in the ground there. Wasn't that? It was the whole family who did it. Yeah, there you go. Somebody's got it figured out. See, that's how they do this, guys. Somebody's got it. Whoever just said that has got to figure it out. That's how they can say, oh my gosh, because everybody's going to get it on their phone. Everybody's going to get it on their phone, and they're going to say, hey, you got to get out of here. And so wherever they want minerals at, this is how they're going to make this happen. And they're going to put you in Walmart work camps. So you don't have to, you look in your own, look it up for yourself. I've already done all the research on this. They're doing this ritual again. They're doing the 1945 internment of American citizens. They're going to do it again. You don't have to think so, but you're going to go into one of these millimeter camps. And like I said, this time, that's the way it's going to... Where did I put my other phone? This is where you're headed. Yes, I know about the Templars. That's the Romans, Catholic Church. You know, this is where you're headed. You're headed to these work camps. All right, get out of here, bless. You're an idiot. You don't know your history. You're just covering for the Waltons, so goodbye. You're not in here. There you go. Is that Oregon? Rob, are you from Oregon? Are you in the state of Oregon? The only state that geometrically equals 33, where we started the 7 Salem, Oregon ritual. Hashtag the ice wall. Somebody said hashtag the ice wall. I love history, Caleb. Can't you tell? I love history that's a lot before, thousands of years old. So or you're in Lake County? No, that's the most corrupt county in all the county and all the whole state. There's nothing more corrupt than Lake County, Oregon. Probably might be the most corrupt county in all of the country. So they've got their absolute Yeah, like I said, look at what I just dealt with Lake County the other day. I had a gun pulled on me. They didn't do nothing. They're just idiots out here. These guys are tyrants. So, but anyways, we'll be taking them all down from the clown Vandenberg and Ted Martin. He's not in office anymore, or anybody. Now we've got that other, what is this? I don't know. He's an idiot. None of them ever called me anyways. So I'm going to take them all down from the top down. Okay, cool. I don't know what that, I didn't like that name. You keep asking the same thing, Caleb, in order to answer your question. So, are you in the southern portion or in the northern portion of the county? Because up here in North Lake, we're the bastards of the county, and they're the most corrupt cops in all the country. I know I used to be one of these pigs. I've been standing up for this county and your county. If you live in this county, you could see what Lake County did to me. They came and swatted my house with the state of Oregon without even looking at any evidence. So it don't get no more corrupt than this county. Most people just lay down to these pig tyrants. Because I'm standing up for the right of what is known as affirmative defense. What conspiracy? There's no such thing as conspiracy theory anymore. All those conspiracy theories are conspiracy fact. So I fly the state of Jefferson flags. Oregon is corrupt. By the dunes, my guy. You're by the dunes, so you're in northern up here. Okay, so you're up here where I'm at. Well, I've been standing up for this county. I protested the sheriff's office out here in Lake County. They know who I am. All you have to do is mention my name in this town. They know exactly who I am. So you're my neighbor. If you want to see a fellow neighbor get swatted, you know what I'm saying? Without him even looking into the evidence, that's what they'll do to you. Careful. A lot of people live out here and have no problems, though. You know, I know people. I've been out here for 10, 11 years now, and people live out here for years and never get bothered at all. People live out here and live behind a dune, if you will. And man, where you been? I thought you moved out of town. Nah, I'm just doing my thing out here and live out here for years. And you'll see them up at the Chev Mart. I don't know how long you've been in this town. So I call it the Chev Mart still. So, but anyways, I've been in this town sat on the Chamber of Commerce. They know who I am. The cops hate me in this town. So anyways, yeah, if you want to see, we just recently I had an incident with Lake County where I bought a house here in town for the ministry, and I went out there to, make a large payment all on, and the guy was supposed to be out in 3 days, and he had already moved somebody else in there, and then the guy pulls a gun on me and tries to shoot me, and he couldn't squeeze off the trigger. I had my back turned to him, but well, you can go back to the feed. We've been going for a few hours. You can see I did a pretty decode on this. But anyways, I'm going to take a seat, sit down and relax. As far as I'm concerned, I'm living the American dream. And people like this person's out towards the dunes. And we're living the dream out here. You guys are missing out. This town is amazing. Although that the law enforcement out here are a bunch of terrible pigs and aren't, don't do their damn job. That's the problem I have. I used to be one of these pigs. Remember, I was a tyrant cop and a veteran, military, all that crap. But I stand up for the right of the people. I take an oath to the Constitution, and I'm going to defend that right till I die. So they brought 25 men with armed to the teeth here. Like I said, I've been in this town for a dozen years. The locals said, we ain't ever seen that many cop cars or any. What the hell? But they were just trying to kill me. They tried to come out here and kill me. So the thing that sucks is that, what the hell is that all about? I don't know why that came up. Cool, right on. I will. But like I said, this place is a dream. I love it out here. I don't let these hot pigs bother me like that. I've been out here longer than almost every cop that's on here. The people who, when they brought these charges now against me, the district attorney's gone, the elected sheriff's gone. I mean, they're all gone. This whole case is now, remember, it's more than a year ago they SWAT raided this house, and they haven't even opened up the case file. They haven't done nothing. and my son is freaking missing. So they'll lose, and either I go to prison for the rest of my life, or I'll be a wealthy man, which I don't want money. I almost donated all the ministry. Remember, I don't need money. What do I need money for? The only reason I need money is to donate it to do more things out here for the ministry. I don't even know if I want to tie to the people in this community anymore. There's people in this community I care about, but this ministry is a worldwide ministry. So, yeah, I got that connect. I don't know if I banned your name just because I hate the United States so much. What it's become. Not like I said, I can hate the sin, not the sinner. So I have every right. I'm not a hateful person. I don't like what this country has become. I don't like that these people get harassed out here by these tyrant pigs, as these cops get to run, these things to the farmers out here. That's a problem that I have, is the farmers out here don't like me because they get a free pass on everything. And that's bullshit. I don't like it. You put your pant legs on one leg at a time like me. So you ain't special. You're just like everybody else. You're supposed to be a public servant, not a public tyrant, not an extortionist gang thug going around harassing, extorting the general public for no reason. And still operating not even in a judicial capacity, only operating in commerce. At least you don't have to be intelligent to be generous. I don't know what that means. Intelligence. What do you mean? What is intelligence to you? What makes you intelligent? What makes you not intelligent? They don't care how much you know. They care how much you care. You can know everything, but that's just head knowledge. Unless you're actually, walking, talking, you're just a hypocrite, basically, at that point. So what do you mean? I don't quite understand the method to your madness there. Was that supposed to be some kind of idiom or something? There's a difference between an idiom and an idiot, right? Difference between being intelligent and being smart. Yeah, I'm self-employed, off the grid, paid off all my property. I'm retired, actually. So, am I employed? I'm self-employed. See these hands? They work. What do you do for a living? Do you pay W-2 and kill Ukrainian women and children and men with your tax dollars? Is that what you do for work? I have a job of many hats. My madness is limitless. Yeah, there's a method to my madness, for sure. It's they called Noah crazy for what, decades, scoffed at the old man, and then it rained, huh? So imagine that, the whole world's running off a cliff, and you're the only one going in the other direction. They call you crazier than so. All right, we won't ban United States of America Incorporated channel. Sorry. America sucks, man. They are going to draft American women. Not any American men that I've ever talked to give a rat's ass about that. They just put 700 Marines on the street, combat veterans on the street. They don't care. America's like, I was reading the comment section, oh, we love our Americans, and posse comitatus. You're not supposed to be using federal law enforcement troops against the American people. You know what I'm saying? This is like the sequel to Taken is accepted rather than being smart. He's an absolute whopper. Oh, okay, now you're going to compare me to some killer, some mass murderer. You're an idiot. Get out of here. Go eat your Burger Queen somewhere else there. This guy's rubbing it. 2 counts of rubbing it in the parking lot at the McDonald's. Terrible. Oh, no, I'm not a Marine. I can't put my head in a jar. Military, police, and the Army. So, anyways, this corporation is what is yours called there, Life's Practitioner? I'm not sure. All planned by the rich who have lost their mind. Yeah, they know what they're doing. Even though they lost their mind, they definitely have a plan, and they're all sticking to it. So Posse Comitatus means that the Americans are not supposed to have these weapons that are not supposed to be pointed at them. Federal ops, in a law enforcement capacity, they now are pointed right at you. So, trusting in the shed blood of Jesus Christ. Well, that's good, Alan. I hope you have more than just the blood, but that blood is sprinkled on the book of Colossians 2 and 14 on our hearts, on fleshy tables of our hearts. So remember that. Well, man, my eyes are terrible. Waltons. I don't know what you're talking about. So, if you talk about Walmart, I already know. Like I said, I already know the Waltons and how involved they are. So if you're trying to dispute that the Waltons weren't involved in internment American citizens, and you're that account, you can leave. Yeah, you don't need to stay in here. Go do your own research. I've done quite a bit of research. It was not just. It was. It's quite obvious they're doing it again, but let's not pay attention. Let's try to or let's try to make somebody look at something else. So. But okay, but anyways, there we go. No more blue draws. Yep. So that's what's coming. What's the definition of a gang? Well, a heavily armed group of thugs. When I was a pig in law enforcement, was a 6 or 8 or more gathered a group and all heavily armed, going around and extorting and harassing the general public. I'm curious what you believe World War III. Why do people think World War III is not here? How many nations has evolved in Ukraine? You guys have just lost your minds. Seriously. There's never been, wars in America don't start with bombs falling. They start with an embargo. The wars we've been involved with overseas are always started by embargoes, tariffs, and sanctions, not with bombs falling. So we've already entered World War III. 4 + 5 is 9 already. President 9/11, Donald Trump, already tariffed China his first go-around. Remember his buddy Barry, Skip Barry, and then so he can be 4 + 7 is 11? No, wait, Joe. It's not Joe, it's Barry. They're both his behind buddies. They all trade lightsabers in their ice holes. Remember? Nobody's talking about it. Let's pause for the cause. Why is nobody talking about Donald went to EpiPen Island? And nobody cares. Musk came out and said it. No, the trade war started 4 + 5. He already started tariffing China on his first go-around. Washers went up $200 almost during the 45th administration. You're an idiot. Stop talking about things you obviously don't have any understanding about. So they didn't start in January. They started his first go-around. He tariffs China his first go-around. 4 + 5 is 9. 4 + 7 is 11. Simple math. Don't tell me this Common Core crap. 2 + 2 = 5. 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. Get the fuck out of here. I'm not hanging with children right now. It's an adult-only stream. Get out of here. And I crush trolls. I ain't having it. I don't sup with vipers. This is stupidity. I'm a veteran. I don't want to sit here and watch the military go on the streets of America. Nobody gives a shit. They're going to draft our women in America. Not one single man I've seen make a video about this. So Americans is what they are. The weakest generation to ever walk this rock is the American man. They're going to draft our women. They just had 700 Marines on. They have the National Guard. You ever been outside this country? We're not supposed to have military on our streets. We have pigs, state troopers, deputies, county sheriffs, city cops. We have a standing army that our founding fathers already warned us about. So I'm not sitting safe in my house. I'm trying to make sure other people. So you be the silent majority. Okay, you're so lame. What are you going to do about our women being repealed? Right? Into war, right? No, it's already done. They're not repealing this. It's done. It's war. They're going to send women, and we're getting involved in more operations. Remember, how many more operations before the Would you send your daughter off to war? We sent our finest of our finest 18 to 30 men. I'm a veteran. Is that what you do? Would you send your kids to go fight some banksters war? They're going to draft our women to war. They killed a whole Ukrainian generation of men and women. They throw their women into the meat grinder over there in Ukraine. So there's your example. 4 years, a whole Ukrainian generation gone. Gone. The average fighting age in Ukraine is like 43 years old right now. They either fled the country or they're gone, and they paid for it with the U.S. tax dollar. So don't think it couldn't happen here in America. It happened in less than 4 years in Ukraine. So take that. U.S. tax dollar, W2, paid to kill the whole Ukrainian generation. And you don't think it can happen here in America? It already just happened, and we were involved in there for how long? Well, we were over there. I was blogging as Truth Viral Television in 2014, blogging about being over there, the Donetsk agreement, all this, in Kiev, and all this Poroshenko and the Chocolate King being put in there, and all these. No, don't listen to me. I don't know nothing. I've never done a blog before. I don't know anything. I've never been on YouTube. This is my first day here. Don't mind me. Get out of here. This is something that Oh wait, we got one of these. 800 eyes. Can you explain to the chat what MAGA means? You put MAGA in all capital letters. You're not allowed to type in all capital letters in here, but this MAGA, what is that? You put MAGA in there. You put MAGA. So tell everybody in the chat so we can see what you know here about MAGA. Tell me what MAGA means. What is MAGA? Are you one of those maggots or one of those MAGA idiots, or what is MAGA? Stand up and speak up. If you're going to go screaming it loud like a child in the chat, what is MAGA? Nobody help this child. Let him figure it out for himself. Tell us what MAGA means. MAGA. No. Remember that same sign? MAGA. So what is MAGA? You came in here with 100 eyes, right? You got eyes all over this place. Don't tell me to try a different country if I'm so upset. You want to answer my question or not? Apparently you're not going to answer the question. Stop being a MAGA idiot and tell everybody what MAGA stands for. Sad dude, you're obviously ignoring comments. No, I'm not ignoring comments. I'm answering one at a time. But you would have explained what we're doing besides yelling on the phone at kids. Nobody's yelling at the phone at kids. You're a child. There's no kids allowed in the adult stream only. So you can leave now. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord splits you. So go ahead there in 100 eyes. We took a pause for the cause here. Tell everybody in here what MAGA means. You threw it out there in all capital letters, MAGA. So what does MAGA mean? Tell everybody what it means. You're obviously on the train. So MAGA is what all these red hats are wearing. So what is MAGA? What's MAGA? You're slow to type. I'm asking you. Everybody's listening. Everybody's waiting. MAGA. Or put MAGA in the chat if you support this MAGA. If you're one of these MAGA people who do the MAGA thing, tell everybody you can answer now. What does MAGA mean? What is MAGA? Apparently 100 eyes doesn't know his ass from a hole in the ground. He got eyes. Don't have no eyes in the back of his head. You don't have eyes to see what I'm saying. Apparently you don't see, they can't distinguish his ass from a hole in the ground. So, well, an ass is like a mule, like a donkey, of an unwillingness to learn or stubborn or so. Kinetic. Man, I'm surprised that didn't get banned. Normally YouTube's pretty good about wow. Okay, that's not right. Kamala is Donald Trump. So Kamala, Allah Akbar, Donald McNugget, Biden, Trump, Kennedy, Washington. All cheeks to the same hole, wings to the same dragon. So, what does MAGA mean? They ran around saying this forever. All these MAGA people, MAGA, MAGA, you know, like that sounds like, what was that one movie where he had the guy in the clock? He was like some humpback. Oh, never mind. I don't remember. That was an old movie. Huh. So no, does anybody know what MAGA means? The humpback Notre Dame. Nice. MAGA, the Egyptian deity. Nice. So somebody's coming back. What democracy matrix they're fighting for? Yeah. So MAGA is this symbol MAGA right here. This is that Nanu, like Mork from Mork and Mindy. You know, that's also your peace sign, whether you realize what you're doing. Those who say peace and safety, sudden destruction will come upon those who say peace, those who call out for peace. Sudden destruction will come upon those who call out for peace and safety. So MAGA is the high priest of the Satan church. No, but that's not what it means. Peace is not peace. There is no peace. So there's no peace. He said, do not think that I came to bring peace. I came to bring a sword of division. So there is no peace. So anybody who says peace is an antichrist or scorpizzo or a false teacher. And I came to bring a sword of division. That's right. So he didn't come to bring peace. He's not a peace Jesus. So, yep, he is the horizo. Well, this guy's so selective. What are we selecting there, Snafu? What are we selecting there? You want some attention? You got your attention. What are we selecting? Israel won't have good peace. Just don't type in all capital letters. Not allowed to. So MAGA is the high priest of the Satan church. MAGA is the high priest of the Satan church. Yeah, I answered you. I said something. I think I responded to you. Okay, well, with this idiotic echo chamber. So, Blade, speak up about this idiotic echo chamber. Tell everybody what's the idiotic echo chamber. So, if everybody reports me, what do you want to report for? That I said that MAGA is the high priest of the Satan church and Donald Trump has his house decorated with Satan and you're a MAGA, one of these maggots or one of these people that do Democrat or Republican or you're a Christian or you're a Catholic, you know what I'm saying? Or you're a religious idiot. So answer the question. Come on. Hurry up. People are waiting in line. I guess I didn't answer somebody's question. They got all offended. They're a Karen or a Ken or one of these. They're a snowflake. They're one of these. Well, remember the generation that can't lose? They're the trophy generation. The trophy generation. They get a trophy whether they win or lose. All I do is win, win, win. Now they got adults doing the same thing as children. Isn't that neat? The children are doing it. Now the adults are doing it. No worries. There's no energy here. Nobody's switching my energy. Hey, we got to address the trolls. We stood up for a couple hours and now we sit down. And I said I was going to crush the trolls. So we're crushing trolls. That's whatever. It's fun. It's like, we got to get a little entertainment out of life. I'm a pretty serious guy. I worked all day and do what I do here at the ministry. I've got, like I said, I'm digging a storm shelter. Well, not storm shelter's already dug, but do you really side with the left, believe in the right side? I don't side with no left or right. It's two cheeks to the same hole. Whether it's the left cheek or the right cheek, it's two cheeks to the same hole, just so you know. Sponsored to you by Walmart. They paid for it. Walmart paid for that. All these people, go look at the ads they put on the internet. $1,000 a day for these people to go protest. Brought to you by Walmart. So, nope. I don't do left or right. Two cheeks to the same hole, two wings to the same dragon. No. When asked who my favorite president is, I'll always say the same thing. None of them. I took an oath to the Constitution, not to some corporation. I would never vote for my own enslavement. This federal government is tyrannical. This government is the government that our founding writers of the Constitution warned us that we should have already overthrown using our first ballots, redress grievances first, and if they do not redress grievance, then the Second Amendment, then bullets. First ballots. Notice First Amendment comes first, Second Amendment comes second. Gee, I wonder why that is. So I took a note to the Constitution, and I'm not calling for violence, but this government, since, I don't know, Bush, Kennedy, Washington was a 33-degree Mason, but at least he banned Christmas. No, I'm not. There's no such thing as sovereign. There's no sovereign citizen. You're not sovereign. Strike the word sovereign out of your face. There's no sovereign. So there's no such thing as sovereign. There's only one sovereign entity, and that's Father. He's the writer and the creator. I've been a pig. You have sovereign immunity, but you cannot break the law. So I'm not a citizen. I don't operate in commerce. My name is not all in capital letters. I'm not a straw man. I'm not a merchant number. I'm not part of this corporation. I've already left this corp. I don't live like most of you people live in this room. I live off the grid. Thank you. So I don't do the straw man. I don't do the sovereign citizen. I don't do the state nationalist. I don't do any of those things. I'm a man of the land and soil. I have organic, natural rights. I have the right to travel. That's protected under the Fourth Amendment. I have the right to be secure in my house, papers, persons, and effects. I have the right to warrantless search or seizure. So you can't stop me while I'm traveling unless I've committed a crime. No victim, no crime. Look at what's going on. You're going to bring the state against me? The whole state? That's stupid. So you don't know your rights, and that's okay. Most people don't, but doesn't mean that this is not going on right now to this day, that all these Americans are a bunch of corporations. They're corporations. So I'm not part of it. And I don't live like that. And I don't want any part of anybody who lives like that. Do your own thing, but you're killing people in other countries with your tax dollars. You're paying for people to be killed. If you have a job in this corporation, if you vote for these overlords, they get, how many millionaires are in Congress? How many of these politicians get filthy rich and there's people dying in the streets of this country? They're not taking care of the country. Everywhere there's not one good politician. Poly meaning many, tick meaning bloodsucker, politics meaning many bloodsuckers. If I had it my way, I'd arrest every one of these 40% of the people that work for the government. That's 40% of the population of America. No, I can leave. I just can't leave because the government and the state is here holding me. And as soon as the state of Oregon releases me, I'm out of here. I will leave. I tried to go get him to get my passport. Somebody stole 40 pounds of silver and my passport, and that's a felony, and they will not do a call for service. Even my daughter was there kidnapped, and they won't even go look for my daughter. So I'm not part of this corporation. I am not trying to not still continue to defend the people here that need to be a voice. I can defend the right of the people and not be in this country. So I've already paid off all this property, and I'm going to leave as soon as they'll release and let me go. I would leave if the federal government can get off their ass and do something and speak up about this case, because I've been standing against the federal government as well. I've already called out the federal government. I've already protested the federal government during the scamdemic. I protested Donald Trump. I protested Kate Brown. I protested my elected sheriff. I held protest against the sheriff's office because I'm a veteran. We had prayers, the city council, we had a good turnout. So I've been standing up against the government since I used to work for the government. And I was standing against law enforcement officers when I worked in law enforcement. So this corporation is now not the original constitutional republic. And so as soon as I can leave, I'm going to a constitutional republic. So as soon as they'll release me and let me go, they've already told me that they would make me a sweetheart deal if I left, but I can't get my passport, which is a federal offense. And I already called and said, hey, okay, here, you're the law. Go get this passport. That's a felony offense to hold my passport. This is the guy who has it, and he's got 40 pounds of silver that he stole from me. Probably my gold, too. So I said, here's where's the gold out. Go take care of, Nope, they don't want to go get it. So all you people who want me to leave, I'll leave. So am I a terrorist? I'd probably be considered what the country call homegrown, because I'm not a state nationalist. I'm not a sovereign. I'm a man of the land and soil, and I protest that this government is the tyrannical government that our founding writers of the Constitution warned us of. This exact administration, the one helping it before, 46, skip Joe Biden, Barack Obama, Bush, Jr., Senior, Kennedy, they're all in on it. And they don't have the right of the people's interest in mind. If they did, why is our money not have silver and gold in it? This right here should have every one of these people who are collecting these paychecks put in prison right now. There's silver in this money, and they don't have it. So I don't want to hear it. This corporation is a freaking apostasy, and what they've done to this country is just an absolute abomination. So I'm not a state nationalist. There were 13 states, and that's a good way to claim your birthright back, because they took that merchant number from you, your bond. It's a credit, it's a card. You have what you call a social security card, but your birth certificate and look at your driver's license, look at your social security card, look at yours. This is all in capital letters, because that's for a corporation. I'm not all in capital letters. I don't exist in capital letters. I did, but I've left that. I had a commercial license since I was 21. My name is not all in capital letters. And every time that I have an incident with these pigs or whatever, I make it very clear. My name is capital T, small r, small a, small c, small y, capital W, small e, small r, small n, small e, small r. I don't operate in commerce. I only operate in a private capacity. So I'm not party, or I don't contract with tyrants or this federal government. So if you want to create a state nationalist, that is a good way to write your Secretary of the State and then tell them that I'm not this straw man. I'm not this capital letter, but you have to release that. And then as soon as you do, you don't qualify for anything, any more benefits as a, Social Security, disability. They don't qualify because you're not part of that anymore. So, but now you're not part of this corporation, and they can't tax you, and they can't do. And if they did, they'd be wrong for doing it. You could take them under the 1983 Treasury calculator and take them to court. And it's 1,049 times the rate of inflation times 3. So it's getting quite expensive for a cop to break the law, because cops can't break the law. They have immunity, sovereign immunity, what's called, but they cannot break the law. And that's what a lot of them have forgotten. And so not only can they not do that, when they do that, you can sue the state, county, or you could go after their bond, because they're all bonded. So, but most people don't know this. So how this works is you have been given a bond which is known as a merchant number. And it's a credit by birth. Your parents sold you out, your kin, and you blood contract. That's why they want to know your blood type. And they give you a credit. There's a certain year, I forget what year it is, that you cut off. Some of these newer generations, it's like $2 million. And that's your bond. And when you go to jail or you get fined, this is what they extort, that merchant number. And they sell this on the New York Stock Exchange. So they sell your labor as a debt slave to bonded, or what is known as your, most people call it it's called a merchant number. This is old law. This is law before this became a constitutional republic. It was like serfdom, and it was a trust. This was written on paper. And if you violated that trust, you had to pay this back double. It was written on a piece of paper. It was handwritten. And they took this back to this. There you go. There you go. Oregon's got it. He knows what I'm talking about. It's all part of this merchant law. So I've stood up to this local county and said, you're not going to. I actually asked this county during the COVID. There were businesses out here, not the first time flatten the curve, but the second time. Kathy, she ran the farmhouse. Dorothy, she doesn't have the, it's the LaPlants out there, and they're farmers. They're LaPlants too, but the cafe was out here and they wanted to stay open. The first time they did this flatten the curve, they shut down 2 to 3 million small businesses. Now, I live in a town where there's no light. This is that not, look around and find out kind of town. That town wishes it could be this town. This is a township. Okay. We ain't even a town. Okay. And so out here, like I said, if you go, World War III ain't coming, dude. World War III is already here. Dude, you're an idiot. You wouldn't even know how there's never been a war in America started with a bomb falling. You're an idiot. Get out of here, child. So I protested during the COVID. Not the first time they flattened the curve, because remember, business is just like Kathy. Kathy relied on me because I was a prior law enforcement officer, and I told her, well, we'll try to get the sheriff. I said, remember during the Bundy standoff, Kathy? And she knew. She ran the farmhouse. Now remember, when they did that flatten the curve, go inside for 2 weeks, 2 to 3 million businesses in America, just like Kathy, shuttered their doors and never opened them up ever again. This is the middle class of this country. To employing 2, 3, 5, 10, 12 people, okay? Not these businesses that got to stay open that employed 100, 1,000 people. No, it didn't affect those businesses, but the little dojo or something, you had to shut your business down, flatten the curve. Remember, you had a little business over here at the coast of Oregon, you collect driftwood or something, you make some kind of crafts. No, you have to restrict your hours. So what I did is I talked with Kathy, and she knew I was in law enforcement. And I said, look, Kathy, OSHA doesn't have any authority over you, okay? You're a business. You can tell people you need to come into this business with floppy, clown shoes and a rainbow wig and a red nose. You can enforce a dress policy. I know the rights as a business owner. I've owned businesses before, Kathy, and they can't. There's certain things that are stepping on you. Now let's get the law enforcement involved, and then we'll try to get these local pigs to get up off their butt and to do something. Not the first time that they didn't do anything, and that was nationwide. Okay, these cops didn't do anything. You could basically run people over, and they didn't care. As long as you didn't run somebody over, you could do anything. Tags, they didn't care. You could get away with a lot during the COVID. Okay, so during the COVID, what I did is the second time I tried to get these law enforcement officers to come out and support Kathy and to run OSHA off and tell them, don't come out here. Just don't even waste your time. Well, the cops didn't want to do anything. They're lazy pigs, and they're bad cops too. They're not good cops. They're bad cops. So at the time I Kathy at the farmhouse, I said, look, Kathy, they're not going to arrest you. The only thing they can do is give you a notice to appear. You're not going to get arrested. But Tracy, this is a national emergency. I said, look, Kat, the law still applies. This is done at a state level. You understand? Yes, the federal government is involved in here, but this is done at a state level. What's going on here? So I told Kathy, I said, you remember the Bundy standoff? I said, you remember the Bundy standoff? She said, yeah. I said, you remember how the feds came in there? They were all on the bridge, right? And the county sheriff came in, the elected sheriff. The elected sheriff has more authority than the federal government. And they came in and told the feds to pound sand and get the fuck out of here, right? She said, yeah, I remember that. And I said, yep. I said, the elected sheriff has more authority. I said, we'll get a hold of Michael Taylor, the elected sheriff, and want them to come out and protect the businesses. And they said, yes, rest in peace, Lavoie. Thank you. During the stand, thank you. So this was the Bundy. This was at the wildlife standoff out here at the refuge, which obviously I was heavily involved in that too. There's a lot of reasons why I have problems with these cops in this town. I was living there. I'm the one who did the blog on the yellow pancake at Uranium One in Vail, Oregon. I was living over there, buying property over here and lived in Baker County, doing this whole triangle. Okay, moving on. Not Lavoie, okay, who crossed the Rubicon, but we're talking back in the Bundy standoff, the ones who were cattle ranchers in Nevada. Okay, so Kathy got a hold of me, and I said, Kathy, look, I'm going to start putting pressure on these cops, these pigs. They're not doing crap. I'm going to start getting a hold of locals and see if I get, and we'll put some pressure on them. We'll see if we can get them to come help you out. And Dorothy up here at the Sandlot Lodge in Christmas Valley, she had her liquor license. And so she chose, she couldn't do it. In the cafe, they did. So, but Kathy ended up standing up and said, okay, Tracy, I want to do this. I said, all right, Kathy, all they're going to do is issue a citation and a notice to appear in front of a judge. It might be a hefty fine, but just, they're going to try to make an example out of you. But just, if you want to stand, I'm telling you. So what I did, and you can still look on the Christmas Valley webpage in this town. I think it's Christmas Valley United. It might have been in the older, but it blended in. It said breaking news. I put out a meme, guys. I got a hold of the sheriff's office. I tried to get a hold of him. I said, come out here and stand with these businesses. Run OSHA off when they come out here and tell them to leave. If we lose one plate in this little teeny tiny town that I live in, you know what I'm saying? Then you're hurting, you know, our business. That's what I had admitted telling OSHA. But make a long story short, we tried to get the sheriffs to come out here. They wouldn't do anything. I got city council members. I got, you know, people involved locally here. I sat on the Chamber of Commerce. I really tried to put a lot of pressure on these sheriff's office to come protect the businesses because they didn't want to shut their doors. Like I said, this is a small town, so they wouldn't do anything. So I was memeing my way through the, but anyways, and I should have said that, but whatever. And anyways, that's what kind of kept me afloat. So what I did is I went on the local page and I put out a meme, and the meme said, breaking news, small town community in cooperation with local sheriff runs off OSHA. It wasn't true, but everybody in this town caught and they thought that the sheriff's office had stood with Kathy. And man, I got some phone calls. I actually had somebody come over to my house and goes, dude, they are pissed at you, Tracy. I was like, what's that about? He's like, that meme you put on the internet. I'm like, oh yeah. He's like, well, it's like they're having to drive down to the southern portion of the county to make a ruling on whether they're going to stand with these businesses. You force their hand. I'm like, well, good, fuck them, you know. And so they came back and they decided we're not going to stand with Kathy's business. So I protested the sheriff's office, and I held a protest, Kathy's business, across from the sheriff's office, protesting the elected sheriff out here in Christmas Valley. Like I said, we had a city council came out, we had a prayer, we had a good turning out here, and we held protests. So we held a protest against Kate Brown, Michael Taylor, and Donald Trump, the scamdemic, and for these businesses. And so they had eventually, like I said, they decided not to stand with the businesses. And when OSHA came and showed up in front of the businesses, I went ahead and protected the businesses. I was the one. I had several people that showed up with me that day to be a witness, but when they showed up, I gave them a considerable amount. I won't bore you to death on what was said that day, but Kathy ended up getting a fine. You know what I'm saying? And it wasn't because they went in there. It's because there was somebody inside the house or inside the restaurant that went and sat outside, and they gave her some fine for not being seated her customer not having seating outside for the scamdemic. But if you look, it's still on the Christmas Valley webpage. So these cops in this town hate me, and they'll do anything to shut me up. And they even SWAT raided my house a year ago because I've been protesting these sheriffs because they have been going out to the local airport and picking up products, and their son has been delivering them locally here for many years in this town. And there's even been a dead sheriff in this town ended up missing. I think that was exposing this other sheriff that just recently retired, that I've been exposing. Tom Rorick, you know, Josh Headlight Bezel. I ain't afraid to call these cops out every time I see them. I call them out in town. So not going to worry about these pigs. I've already been standing up to many of them. Like I said, when they came and SWAT raided this house, they went up there and bragged at the local lodge restaurant they're going to come out and shut this constitutionalist up and kill me. And none of them even worked there. Remember, none of those cops were even working during the scamdemic, and the state troopers didn't even. So they're running their mouth in front of the businesses that I protected. And so even though there are people in this town who don't like me, there are some people like the business owners and some of them that aren't the rich farmers that do have, you know, a phileo, have an appreciation for what I've done in this town. And so little birds talk. And that's how I ended up finding out that they met up there the night before, that they came and SWAT raided this house. They all got big steak dinners and had, you know, we're all celebrating that they're going to come out here and kill me, you know, and shut me up for good. And it explains why they hit me in the face with a grenade. And again, remember, I found, can't believe this today. This put me off. Look, I found another pin out there, which means they concussed, grenaded a lot. That I knew I didn't find any tear gas in that motorhome. I knew I didn't find any tear gas in that motorhome. They grenaded that motorhome that Elijah was in. That's what busted the windows out on that thing. Was the flash concussion grenade. I found another one today. A whole year later, I found another. That means they flash concussion grenaded Elijah and Adriana. These people are going to pay for excessive force, right of due process, cruel and unusual punishment. Another one. This was right over by the motorhome. Attempted murder. Will the state troopers, which one? Now there's two. Now I want to know which one's through this. Elijah didn't have any weapons. Elijah wasn't armed, and they knew that. This was right over where he was at. This was over by I can't believe it took me. It was right up next to a bush. So look at that, guys. I found another one. That means they concussion grenade Elijah too. These people are going to they should have taken Elijah to the hospital as well as me. So I don't know what's going on with my son now. This changes the game for me. It's one thing to throw a grenade at me, but they never should have thrown a grenade at my daughter. My daughter was inside that motorhome. That's bullshit. Another one. Maybe if you guys can go back and somebody will look at the SWAT raid, you guys can maybe hear. When did they throw this? I don't remember hearing this, but maybe they did. Remember, because my hearing was all messed up. But Elijah had already come out. When did they throw this at him? The windows were busted out in the motorhome, remember? This doesn't make sense. Why would they have thrown that at Elijah? That broke the windows out. I was trying to figure out how they break that windows out of that. It was the concussion grenade that broke the windows out of the motorhome. Remember, they gassed 5 tear gas canisters in here, but they didn't tear gas the motorhome. I didn't have to clean the motorhome out. So this is crazy. This changes everything, guys. I can't get this out of my head that they shot Elijah too. They shot him. They shot him. And they grenaded him. When this goes to court one day, brothers, sisters, these officers from the top to the bottom are going to all lose their jobs. It's so hard for me here 1 year later, not knowing where my son is at, and the case has never even been looked at. They brought all this excessive force in here. Imagine being hit with 5 tear gas canisters, guys. I'm in here with my dogs, and they're launching these things. They're sitting there telling me, we're not trying to hurt your house. We're not. They just keep launching them. Remember, there's ones on the outside of the window. They hit the frame. They didn't even hit the window. You know what I'm saying? They didn't even get all of them in the house. Qualified may still be nothing. Yeah. This is why my lungs are ruined. This is why 2 times a day now that my with fluid. That's why I suffered a stroke. You know, that's why I have had all the issues that I've had. And all I was doing was standing up for my son. You know, I didn't commit any crimes. I didn't have a record. I'm a military veteran, just standing up for the constitutional right. Now I hold protests, but I've never been, you know, I'm not arrested with a, you know, criminal record. So 5 of these things, guys, launched in this house, and then my animals had to breathe it. But when I found this today or the other day, I can't get over the fact that they shot Elijah and they grenaded him, a concussion grenade. He wasn't being, they woke him up with a grenade. I'm almost certain that's how they did it. They rolled up here. They threw that grenade through his window. They had to have. They see that's, I swore because I just went to sleep. I'd heard something, but I couldn't, that startled me. And that's what woke me. And was it this is what woke me? But I couldn't remember what it was. But I wasn't being violent. Nobody was threatening violence. Nobody was being violent. My son got shot with his hands in the air. You can see it on the live stream. You can't see him get shot, but you can hear him get shot. And you can hear me pleading with the SWAT team. You know, you guys, he's coming out, you know, and he's got his hands in, and you can still hear him, and they just shoot him anyways. And I didn't know that he had already been concussed. I'm just blown away since that, guys. Since I found this, is one thing when I know they hit me with it, because you can see they hit me in the face with it. They hit me in the face, which is attempted murder and at the very minimum excessive force. If I was screaming at them or yelling at them or being violent towards them, but I wasn't doing anything of the sort. As a matter of fact, they weren't saying anything. Remember, you could just, I'd made an announcement that they were here. And then I was like, oh, crap. I remembered hearing that noise and thinking, how long have they been here? You know, I just woke up, and then I went to the door, opened up the door, and they hit me in the face with a grenade. I'm not talking to them. I just, Elijah, are you okay? Elijah, are you okay? Elijah, are you okay? Bam! And then right in the face with a grenade. They'd already thrown one of these. So these had to be two different state troopers. Were these the sheriff's office? Or were these the state troopers? There was 20 plus state troopers out here, guys. I have no record. I'm a veteran. I'm boisterous, but I live here. I paid on the land. I'm not a risk. I've been here for 10 years. I got no record. And they decided to. How could they just come here and hit me in the face with a grenade? Because they wanted to kill me. They wanted to shut me up. That's why they took out my sight, my hearing, and my breath to make sure that I didn't come out of this cabin and ever say anything ever again, at the very minimum. If they would have made me, you know, mentally retarded, I shouldn't even have hearing in this ear. I remember my eyes all messed up because I see hair and like sand or whatever from the scarring of my retina, but this ear hears like a robot. I shouldn't even be able to hear, let alone see. I should have been taken to the emergency room, not to the county jail. And now when I see that they hit my son with this is they wanted both of us to shut up. That's why they didn't have an arrest warrant, guys. I'm very concerned that they said my son went missing in September and my daughter's charges were dropped in September. What happened to my son and my daughter? They're both missing. And I've reported this to the police and they won't do anything. Remember, I reported my passport. I reported the 40 pounds of silver. Nothing's happening. I reported this to the attorney and he quit. When I had the cops out here running over my pole, remember? He said, if you're that stressed out, quit telling me to do my job. Go get a mental evaluation. I quit. Like, you're not going to make sure that the cops are not running over my pole? No, he quit. I'm trying. It's been a whole year. I don't know. The attorney just up and quit on me. The attorney quit. They've assigned 2 attorneys. The first one, he looked at the case and quit. This attorney got assigned back in March and he hasn't done anything. Nothing. I've told him to file paperwork and he's done nothing. So my son is missing. I've told him that and he knows that. He called the Josephine Sheriff's Office when I called there and said, I need you to go check on my daughter and my son. And I think they're there and they already had an incident, but I need you to go check. There's 40 pounds of my silver there. This guy, I'd already given the story, is, I believe, kidnapped my daughter or killed both my son and my daughter. And when I called them, they told me, don't call us to use us as you do your dirty work. The minute we go there and contact your son, because you have a no contact order, you've broken your third party no contact order. And I was like, huh? So anyways, I ended up getting off the phone. I said a couple more things. I called the attorney and he said, they can't do that to you. They can't do that to you. And so when I called the attorney, he said he would call there and he would get the transcripts. And he said, they can't threaten you to do that. That's wrong. And then they can't deny if your passport's there, that's a felony. They got to go look for you. You said your daughter's there too, you know, and possibly your son and 40 pounds of silver. They have to, and they never did. And then he quit. He never followed up with anything. That's the only thing he's ever done. And I don't know if he even called, because he said when he called that the Josephine County Sheriff's Office said they wouldn't give him the transcripts. Have you ever heard of an attorney calling a sheriff's office saying, hey, I need the transcripts for my client and not getting any information? And then he just dropped it. I'm like, well, my son's still missing. Hello. Nothing's been done. That was back in December. Was it December? Oh, no, not December. That was back in, was it January or February? February, March, April, May. Yeah, back in February. And nothing's happened. And now my son's still missing. My son's still missing. And my daughter's still missing. And nobody cares. And everybody knows that I've contacted everybody that I can contact. So I don't know. You know, I don't know. This is a game changer for me. Finding this, that they flash grenaded my son. I'm a fucking veteran, okay? And I apologize for cursing, but I'm a veteran. I've been tear gassed and I've been flashed and I've been. My son did not need to be tear gas. He did exactly what the hell he was supposed to do. 4 years after getting in trouble, he did everything, and then he did it twice because they're pissed off at me and taking it out on him. And now he's gone. And I got to wake up every day with my son not knowing. Like, it was just Father's Day the other day, and I don't give a shit about no Father's Day. But it made me think of my son because I know he knows that I'm not his father. I'm, you know, wondering, does he even care about me? Is he dead? Is he alive? I can't know anything about my son. I know nothing. 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 I can't know nothing. And I've tried to do everything I can to get anything Is he alive? Is he dead? Anything. Now, remember, they told me he's alive, but I don't believe that. If my son supposedly has a warrant for arrest, they could put him in jail for 10 years. And they know where he's at. And they supposedly had him on camera. Why wouldn't they go follow him, arrest him? Bullshit. I don't believe that. And that's why I don't, that the Josephine County is the same people who told me that he's alive. They saw him on camera, won't go arrest him. And then they call, the attorney calls this same sheriff's office and they want the transcripts of the telephone call. What's going on? What's going on? So, all right. What time is it? I'm at 2 o'clock. All right. Let's better wrap this up. We'll stay on here for a couple more minutes, guys. And I appreciate a couple people sent me a CashApp. I think one of those was Kinetic. So I'm gonna have to get a hold of Kinetic tomorrow if he's not still in here. And okay, but anyways, I appreciate it, guys. This one was for me. Was just, I can't believe they would do that. And it wasn't right to shoot him anyways, you know, but still, grenade him. And then where the hell was he at when they grenaded him? Did they grenade Adriana too? That was excessive force. You know, me finding this second flash concussion grenade changes this a lot for me too, because that means they must have thrown that in the window of that motorhome immediately. They came here to fucking kill. They came here to kill me and my son. I know they did. I know they did. I don't think they meant to kill Elijah, but I think they meant to kill me. And I think anybody who would investigate this case would clearly find that's easily to see. There was very easily motivated to get me to it at the minimum, so I would never speak about their corruption ever again, about their law enforcement. I'm just a veteran standing up for the Constitution, okay? Standing up for the right of the people and the right of my son, the right of this community, and I suffer so much because of it. You know, like I said, I just went the other day and I went and bought a house and I have all the paperwork on it because it's these filthy, corrupt cops. I'm the one who got trespassed and the guy pulled a fucking gun on me. And I have all the paperwork to go with it. I'm not that stupid. I have paperwork to what I do. So, I don't know, guys. Just seems finding this, knowing they hit my daughter. You know, it's one thing. It's my son too, but my daughter was in there. You know, my daughter was inside of that motorhome. And I told her, I said, if your husband's going to jail and he did everything he was supposed to do, and you're going to stay here and you're going to be with him his last days. I'm going to go put him in prison. And we have all the evidence that they don't want to look at this stuff. For no reason, they're going after him. You're going to be with him. And then she didn't do anything and she ends up getting arrested. You know, and they dropped her charges. You know what I'm saying? Back in September. And that's when my son supposedly went missing. So my son goes missing in September. My daughter goes missing. And then I find their car. My daughter's car. This is where my supposedly guy had, you know, my passport. We both knew him. And the cops won't go to his house and get my son, even look for my daughter. And you know what? It's been many months now. And I recorded it so that I'm not stupid. I went there, everything's gone. The only lead I had on my son, because this is where Josephine County said he was seen in that county, which I told him this is where he's at. And it confirmed what I said. Remember, I got 2 felony charges for calling out the local police department, saying, you pigs know where my son's at. You've had a whole year to do something. You ain't done nothing. Yeah, I've got charges against people. I've got stacks of evidence of you harassing the public in this town. You going onto people's property, going in their house without any permission. And he turns around and targets and files retaliation charges and files menacing the police. That's like a 5-year prison sentence. Harassing the police, and they come here and remove my Second Amendment. I can't even protect my animals. That's why I've gotten rid of my livestock again, because I can't protect my animals. I can't even farm out here because I can't protect my animals, let alone myself. Somebody came out and they could just run over me. There's nothing I can do. So I, as a veteran, I only have one single right left, and that's my right of freedom of speech. I've had every other right violated. I don't have any other rights that you, if you're an American, you have rights. I don't have any. And I don't have a criminal record. They put this executive order red flag, but there hasn't been no conviction. They came and took my guns, but they didn't convict me. I haven't been convicted of anything because I told the cops, you know where my son's at? Guess what? Turns out they do know where he's at, supposedly. So I wasn't wrong, and I ended up copping 2 felonies, probably another 8 years in prison. So, like I said, I took a note to the Constitution. Whether my DDT 14 Echo Tango Sierra does not end when I end my tour service, I will serve the people of this country. My first general order, it don't matter which branch of the military, your first general order is do not quit your post until property relief. So I'm not going to quit serving this country. I don't have to like the country to serve the people here. You understand? I don't have to like the country. This is not the country that I took a note to serve. I took a note to the Constitution of the United States, not some flag, not some country. I took a note to the Constitution, and that's what I protect. So whatever they do to me, I don't care what they do. Father will have my back. He fights all my battles now. Although I've been trained to take life, I'm a pacifist. I want to get away. I want to go in the woods and I want to hunt and eat my own food and just live away from society. But Father's kept strapped here because I have to go through this logistical crap. If he just unstrap me, I just leave. I just go away in the woods and disappear and never be seen again. It'd be fine with me. I don't want to fight with nobody. I don't want to fight with anybody. I actually want to get people to go away and go into the woods or come out where I live. Remember, I live way away from people. I don't have no neighbors. I wanted to have barbecues every night with people that love the word and maybe drink a beer or smoke a bowl if you're friendly or something, but just eat organic food and live off the land and the grid and live a wholesome American dream. If there was ever an American dream left, it is here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but we should, though. We should all be working towards our food, our power. See, I make all my own power. I carry all my own water. I source all my water. I make all my own heat. I've got a wood stove. I've got 5 ways to heat. Got multiple light sources. So anyways, I wanted, like I said, I'm a little bit beside myself because this time is very important. I talked to my son. Nice. I'm over in Silver Lake, Oregon, over past southeast of Bend, out east or west of the sand dunes, over closer towards the Silver Lake side. So this is a great place. If we didn't have these corrupt law enforcement officials here, I'm living the American dream. I own this 20 acres of land. I have another 5 acres over there. I just sold this 20 over here. I've got another 20 acres up the road. I just tried to buy another couple acres, but ended up, getting a gun pulled on me, and that's fine. Whatever. That guy's going to have to answer for what he did. He's the one who had a gun pointed trying to squeeze it off. Remember, I brought a witness. He tried to squeeze it. The guy that I brought it with, he's like, dude, he was trying to shoot you. He literally could not pull the trigger. You could tell he pulled it up and he couldn't get that thing squeezed off. And Father protected me that day. You know what I'm saying? Father protected me. He didn't let him do that. That wasn't, I had my back turned to him, man. I've been pretty beat up these last couple of years. Father has just beat the snot out of me between grenades and concussion. Like I said, remember I was bleeding on the live stream. I literally start bleeding my face, bleeding out my eye from having a concussion, literally for how many months did I sit there and hide it from you guys before I just started leaking on the live stream, you know? Then I showed you guys, it was coughing, and no, not coughing it up. It was coming out of my head, not my respiratory. So respiratory and head and eye and ear, man, I am been hammered. So, but what's hurting me more than anything, guys, is just not knowing where my son is. I'm a man. I'm a veteran. Pain is just weakness trying to leave your body. Any soldier knows that. Okay. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. So, but man, my heart hurts so much. My head is a dad. I was a single dad for 8, almost 9 years, guys, both mom and dad. You know, no child support, nothing. I took good care of him. He always had what he needed, you know, and yeah, you know, it's just as a dad, that's what's killing me inside. Knowing that my son could be suffering, hurting, in pain, dead. I need some closure, man. And so that's people. Where'd your beard go? I had to do something in my life. I had no change. I just imagine having your house swatted, and then a whole year later, nothing's being done. You just, and there's nothing I don't know what to do now anymore. I mean, I'm a pretty smart guy. I actually went to go where my son was supposedly at, that the cops won't go look for him, and it's all gone now. It's like it's a ghost town. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Like I said, I'm just a dad, and like I said, we just Father's Day was the other day, and he knows I'm not his father, but it just kind of, it's hard to think that he's suffering out there somewhere. And as his dad, there's nothing I'm sure if you have a kid, you'd want to know if he was hurt, alive, suffering, dead, anything. Can somebody get me an answer, please? Anybody know where my son's at? Does anybody have any more leads? My leads have gone cold, man. I think the only thing I can actually do now is just report him as a missing person, like an actual missing person's report, because the cops already know he's missing. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully I can, figure something out here and get some kind of closure, because I'd like to move an inch forward in my life. Although I'm making a lot of progress out here with the ministry and stuff, my life has just been put on complete and total standstill as a parent. And you can't just turn off being a parent. I don't care how old he is. So, I mean, heck, I've got 6 felony charges right now. Could spend the rest of my life in prison because I'm trying to help my son. So how do I just stop doing that? How do I turn it off? I can't just turn it off. When you love something, when you love somebody, like, I'm not this whole you let it go, but I'm saying you don't turn it off. So, so it's all in God's hands. That's all I know at this point. I just put it in his hands, and when he's ready to change it for me, he will. So I'm not anxious. I'm just a dad who, if his son is in pain, I want to go try to help him. If he's dead, he's dead. Can't do anything about it. I told you, I think that Marshall did something to both my son and my daughter. I think he lured my daughter down there, and there's something very nefarious going on. Why would he skip a 10-year potential prison sentence, not show up to court, go missing and go on the run, and not contact me, even if he hates me, to tell me you're a piece of crap, Dad? And remember, he was moving his stuff here. They had already brought stuff to move here and build a property out here. So how do you go from having everything where you finally thought you were going to get to be with your son and build a house, to being completely ripped away from you, the complete opposite, and then not having anything to go off of? So I can't just turn off being a dad. I appreciate you listening to me rattle about it, but it's difficult, I tell you, to get up every day and know to be in pain, and not just having anything. I have nothing to go off of. I've contacted the attorney, he quit. So I have no way of and finding anything out. And I have a court date coming up, and there's no attorney. He quit. That could be. That could be. That could be something like that. I don't know why he would be involved in that. Why would he be involved with the cartel? He wasn't, but he was in an area where there was a grow operations in that area in Josephine County. So that's something too. My daughter could have been picked up, with him. When I found my daughter's car down at this guy's house and he'd said he didn't talk to neither my son or my daughter, that's what grew me very suspicious of this guy. I already had a lot of suspicion of him, but when I went down there and found my daughter's car there, and he said he ain't talked to neither my son or my daughter, and then he said he bought my daughter's car from her so she can get an attorney when her charges were dropped back in September, nothing adds up. So I don't think my son is alive. And that worries me because nobody's helping him. And what if he is alive somewhere? What if he's been kidnapped like I told the police department? I think this guy kidnapped my daughter. I think this guy has my daughter. Here are cars there. This guy has my passport, and then they don't do anything. So I don't know what to do anymore. I get up every day and it's a struggle. Because if he's dead, what am I doing here? I mean, I work for the ministry, but I was a parent. That's all I know how to be, is a parent. I mean, I know how to be other things, but that's my main focus has been in my life was a single parent look, I'm facing 6 felony charges right now. 6 felony charges to stand up for my son. And he told me not to do this. He said, Dad, just take all that silver and gold that you got and go on the road, man. You always told me you wanted to get a backpack on and just go. Buy that double cab Coma, get in the truck, and go get books for the library, Dad. I love you. Just go, Dad. Stop trying to stand up for me. I got this. I'm a grown man. And I didn't. I saved the precious metals and ended up bailing him out of jail. So I'm glad that I did. Or maybe. So anyways, it's quite alarming, like I said, for me to get up every day and not know where my son's at. And my daughter too. So it's that's what I'm saying. I just want to know where they're at. If he's dead, can I have some answers, please? And I know people who have missing children, they want to know that, but it's like I told the cops and they knew where he was at, and now they only where he was at, where they said they possibly knew where he was at. I went there because nobody will investigate. Nobody will help. That's like hours, 4 or 5 hour drive away, and then it's like a whole day. And everything's gone. It's like a ghost town. The only lead I had, and it's gone. So my heart has just been a wreck since then. I haven't been able to get my head on completely, I mean, I'm there, but it's just in my back of my brain. I'm going, how do you sit here and do all these things and your son could be fucking suffering somewhere, laying in a cave, and you're not doing anything about it? You're already facing 6 felonies. Whoa, get some more felonies, but I can't help him if I'm in jail. You know what I'm saying? If I'm in jail, I can't be looking for him. So I got to be careful. And I'm already facing potentially the rest of my life in prison for him. And not just for him. I mean, this case is bigger than him. So I don't know what you do for your kids. And he wasn't a good kid. And he was a good kid. I wouldn't be helping him. So God's in control. When other father wants him to I'm not anxious though. I'm in my right mind. Because I know God's doing this. He created all things, so why am I mad at anybody? I'm not mad at these SWAT officers. I'm not mad at whoever hit me in the face with a grenade. I'm not mad. I'm a little frustrated they would have hurt my dogs, but because they don't sin. My son got in trouble. Okay, that's one thing, but he did what he was supposed to do. But it's just first the excessive force. And then, like I said, this is just bothering me. What if he's hurting right now? I know what this did to me. Now, I don't think they hit him in the face with it, but did they? I don't know. I know they hit me in the face with it, so would they hit him in the face? What if he's suffering somewhere right now? What if my daughter's suffering somewhere right now? They're both missing. It's not just my son, but his wife, my daughter. They're both gone. So I don't know how to let it go. I can't. I won't. So I appreciate you letting me talk about it, because if I don't vent about it, I got nobody to talk to. Kevin, he don't want to talk about it all the time here, and I just don't have anybody else to talk about. Maybe somebody will hear this and they'll know where he's at, and he'll send me a message. I hate you, Dad. I love you, Dad. See, I just don't know why, if he went on the run and he's going to go skip 10 years of trial or to go to prison, why he wouldn't contact me. What is that? A no contact order? Who cares? Who cares, right? You know what I'm saying? Who cares? If he's going to face 10 years in prison, what does he care about contacting me? You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Why would he not contact me? Through a third party or somebody? Anything? Something? It just doesn't add up. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I hope too. And what if he just hates me? What if he just hates me and he never wants to talk to me ever again? And he's just upset at me and he's holding a grudge or something, and that's fine. If he's okay, I'd be okay with that. If he never wants to talk to me again, I'm okay with that. If he never wants to talk to me, I spend the rest of my life in prison trying to help him out. I'm okay with that. I would do it again. I'd do it again. So I don't know, guys. I appreciate you letting me vent. You know, if you have kids, then you might know how I feel right now, you know, but I've got 2 kids that are missing, not just one. And so, like I said, that's why I mentioned it. Maybe someday somebody will hear these streams and somebody will say, hey, your son's here. Or I don't know. I don't know. He didn't have the means to just leave, though, to just get up and go somewhere. He didn't have the resources like that. They did what they were supposed to do. You know, they didn't have extra funds like that. He went missing in September of last year. And so did my daughter is gone. And I've contacted, you know, my son's mom and stuff. And she said the police came looking for him. But yeah, I don't know. The whole story is just crazy. It just blows my mind. But all right, let's wrap it up, guys. Appreciate it. It's probably 2 a.m. or something like that in the morning. I'm going to spend some time with Father and see if he can maybe, I don't know. I don't know what to do. I'm just going to keep coming in here every once in a while, and I won't try to talk about it too often. And if you'll accept my apology for just every once in a while being a parent and having a kid, it's just hard to let it go. So, all right. Thank you for your time. Thank you for whoever left the Cash App. I appreciate it. I will get a hold of Kinetic tomorrow or something. I'll call him after I lay down here in an hour or two. And then thanks for the moderating tonight there, Lady in Red. And hopefully this called out. If you'll hit that thumbs up button for me before you go, that'll help the algorithm a little bit. Thanks for some of the new subscribers. I don't know where my son's at, so I just apologize about it. Sometimes I get a little stuck on it. It's just hard as a parent to know your kid's missing, not to think that somebody might know where he's at. You know, somebody might know something. I have no leads, so I'm gonna just hang out here with Father for a little bit. I'm obviously not ready to go to bed. I'm not tired, but I feel like I'm wearing you guys out. So I love you, brothers, sisters, in the narrow way. Appreciate everybody who supports this ministry. It's good to be back here on the main channel. We've been doing some work on the backup channel. You want to go see the gun get pulled on me the other day. Try to buy a piece of property for the ministry. I lost a lot of money on that now deal too. So, Father just beats the snot out of me. So it must mean he loves me then, right? So, all right. I love you, brothers, sisters, in the narrow way. Appreciate it. And I will see you guys on the next live stream. Please leave a comment if you can after the video, and have a plan, a B plan, a C plan, and a D plan. Okay. It's good to have more than one plan, because I know anytime I make a plan, Father just wrecks it. So you might want to make a backup plan. Okay. All right. Love you, brothers, sisters. Better to have and not need than need not have. Failing to prepare is preparing to fail. So don't just sit around and do nothing. Okay. Don't be the silent majority, please. Speak up. At least use your voice. People need that don't have voice. They need you to be the voice that can't speak. There are people who just can't speak up, too afraid. Their hearing is bad. They lost their, they don't have, they just can't. You can be that voice for people if you're not intimidated. There's nothing in this world. We're only supposed to fear the Lord. Okay, only those who fear the Lord will have their names written in the book of remembrance, not the Lamb's book of life or the book of judgments. There is a third book out there. Very few know about Oligos, but only those who fear the Lord. So I don't live in fear. I just know that I have a sense of fear. I need to be doing what it is that he needs, girded in his service, he said, until he returns. So much blessings. Okay. If you pray for me or my son or my daughter, will you please pray for the will of the Father? Don't pray for what you want. Don't pray for what I want. Pray for what he wants. That's I don't like people to pray for me, but I know there are people who do. So if I could make a request, if you do pray for this ministry, if you pray for me or my son or my daughter, we just pray for Father's will. If he wants us not to ever have contact again, whatever it is, that's don't get in the way of Father's will. Thy kingdom come, that will be done. Pastor Revelation, Pastor Apocalypse. Whoa.